for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
good evening, one and all, and welcome to the Mythic Showdown. This time it's lower bracket round one, bringing you two interesting matches of the day with a best of five series. First match, though, before we get to that, onto the caster's desk. This is your host Ziwo, followed up by Shinru and Debbie all together. So, hello, Shinru and Debbie. How are we doing today?
Hello, lovely woman. And yeah, it's always been an honor to be out here with you guys. And of course, this is the lower bracket, like you mentioned. Two teams, one chance, best of five. Heck of a match and a long night awaiting us, isn't it, Debbie?
Yeah, definitely. Because, we'll never want to see a sword game, right? Because this is a lower bracket and it's a do or die situation for both of the teams. So whether it is a right or die, they have to give it all in. And of course, this means that the teams are going to be so ready and they're going to be very, very interested in winning this game. So one thing I know for sure is it's going to be very competitive.
Yep, very competitive indeed. Talking about the teams, first match bringing you though, we have Team Zohunt, which is quite surprising for me that they're in the lower brackets, but followed up by Untitled. Two of the teams, two of our favorite teams, if I have to say, going off against each other. I mean, it's it's a twist of fate that we're gonna be seeing either one of them go home tonight, but overall, you know, we do know that both the teams they will be giving their best to still stay in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Zohan, the powerhouse from all the way Mizoram, from the Mizoram, and team Untitled, they have the only girl player, that is Daki, pretty renowned for her gameplay and also pretty popular in the IGC, I would say, as well as in the community at this point. I think both the teams have a lot things to offer, and this is not where they want their journey to be ended. They want to just continue to run further, but it's going to be difficult because they already got one chance in the upper bracket. They got knocked down to the lower brackets right now, and this is all they get, right, Debbie? And after this, they cannot go further, and one team has to say goodbye at this point.
Yeah, and it's so scary, right, for both of them because they, like we've mentioned, they really, really want to move forward, and yeah, even a little bit of any knowledge about these two teams is that, of course, we are familiar with Johan because they were always up to the top, never the first, but ever since they have been shining this year, they were always up to the top five most of the time. So it's a kind of weird to see them, like Jawa mentioned, into the lower bracket, but Untitled though, this is something that they do not usually have because this is amazing to say the least. This is one of the most important tournament that they have played so far and make it this far. So one is thirsty for vengeance and the other one is thirsty for the champion. So that's just means that they are both ready, and it's kind of a fight where we are gonna be seeing all the experiments gone, but all the comforts coming in and pouring in and out. But one thing I'm pretty sure is that Johan has been demotivated for so long. I mean, recently we have seen them, but yeah, they haven't been performing to the best. But Untitled, they have performed consistently well. It's just that the teams that they were facing has been so much better than them, but that also made them learn from their mistakes. So it's like, I can't ever say who's gonna be coming out on top in this game.
Overwhelmingly strong teams for a title, right? But I like the fact that they are still going off pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think they need to go strong, right? Because, like you mentioned, they already have faced a lot of strong teams, both the teams, and at this point, they need to be at a point where they cannot be surprised anymore with their opponents. They know the meta, they know the game, they have been playing for a long time, and I feel this is where their comfort zone should kick in, right, Debbie? Because both the teams they have a really good hero pool, and if they just dive deeper into their hero pool, they can do a lot more, and they can just get a lot more what you say prize by taking the risk. But the risk should be at an optimum level, not go beyond to a point where it kind of backfires for them.
And
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's when we talk about heroes, it's kind of I'm actually excited to see a Yi Sun again, man, because in the recent tournaments as well, the Yi Sun has been rising to a big popularity, and I think most of the time when he is picked up, it's more because in because of the change up in his kit as well onto the ultimate, he is able to be the best when he is onto the level 4, when he reached the level 4. So I think the damage in the jungle clearance is also much better than most of the assassins that have been rising quite a lot, that had been rising, but now it's already gone because the jungle creeps has been rising in the HP levels, as well as the spawn time is also so late already, and the Yisun he just does well on that. So it's kind of a place where it is so flexible for the gold laner as well, because you have a late game into the jungle, right? So I think this is a kind of a meta where Zohunt has in their favor.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, talking about Yishin, right? He kind of falls into the marksman category as well. So you can play him. His juggling speed is gonna be like an assassin, while you can assault him like a marksman altogether. So overall, I'm liking that all we're seeing all the players picture except for just a chill guy and Shane out here. But Daki though, she's looking
Yeah.
pretty good if I have to say. But
Wow,
moving on.
wow, we are glazing the woman. Hey, hey.
Hey,
It's,
we love a girl's girl anyway.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
But
definitely.
yes, moving on to the draft. Zohan getting the first pick all together. What heroes are we expecting, Shinru?
I think it's pretty much better if Debbie talks about it, because she's better friends with Zohan. But I think it's still gonna be the meta, right? They will go around the meta. It will not be too out of the place, but some heroes which can actually come through is gonna be the pocket picks for a lot of these players. And I think will we see the Kadita today, Debbie? Is it gonna come through?
We love the Kadita, right? But it's not a first pick kind of hero. It's more of a second phase pick kind of hero. So it comes down to what the opponents are going to be picking, or what kind of synergy are you trying to go for. Only then it will be picked out. So I think it's not that prior, but it's still out there. It's like the second option, because there are so much better first options. But I think Zohan, their signature ban is always gonna be the Hayabusa, something new, but the Gatotka's are already banned away. This hero is kind of weird. I feel like, he's not touched at all. No buff, no nerfs. But he's still shining quite a lot, so it's just so consistent to be played most of the time. So I feel like Johan doesn't want the flexibility that these Gatotka's have, so they have to ban it away. But into the first pick, they do have a chance to pick up the main heroes that they wanna really go for, and it's more of a deny pick when you are onto the blue side. But then again, Untitled, they have to ban away the Kimi, which is such a nuisance onto the mid lane.
Well, I think the Kimi does bring a lot of problem, and even for one of the interview that I remember, Faden does not like the Hayabusa, right? His team knows that, and they will ban that hero every time he plays. So another, the point of contention would be the EXP so much, because the heroes have been buffed around
He
that area.
is
And
kind of
mm-hmm,
conditional.
mm-hmm. Oh, we have Zevo, just getting back to us. But hey, Zevo, can you hear me? Are we good?
And season.
She'll be back. She'll be back. She'll be back. But Debbie, the EXP lane, right? It has been the point of contention. This the point where most teams do like to go for that first pick, Uranus first pick, Lapu Lapu, and in certain cases even the Badang still is active somewhere or the other for a lot of teams. But
True.
the Kadita man though, what are they planning? What do you think? The Farsa maybe?
Oh yeah, I think it has to be the first pick, right? Because the Kimi is banned already. So Untitled, I think they can actually ban the Farsa here, because if you look at the lineups right now, I don't think Dusty is here, so the Fredin might not eventually be picked away by Johan. But we'll never know. They do not really prioritize onto the jungle first. But you know what? We have talked about the Yi Sensei, right? Okay, Uranus ban, it's a very valid option. I completely forgot about their existence because it's always banned away. But you know what? Lapu Lapu is still out there, but the Farsa is also there. So what can they do? What are they trying to give away, or which hero are they trying to pick up first? Because you know it's like a you're just sharing out the metas here at this point. If you pick up the Farsa here, you might actually be giving away Untitled at the Lapu Lapu too. But it's also one of the comfort for a win as well. So which kind of synergy or composition do they want to go for here?
Normally, if I have to say, you would want to pick up a Lapu Lapu as the first pick because I feel like Farsa is, easily markable, targetable. So overall, Lapu Lapu would serve as a great XP to start the pick with. But oh my goodness,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
no prio on the Lapu, but giving
Right.
priority to Dusty out here. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting indeed, right? I didn't think the first pick, Fredin, was as necessary. They could have, picked it in the second phase, perhaps. Not a hero that could be taken away, and even if they had taken it away, the Xbox is still there, right? And they still do not want the Lapu Lapu. So
Ooh.
Untitled, they do have the chance to take it out here, but the Moskov against Harith does work pretty fine. Even the Esmeralda just to double down onto the shield that this he was going to provide. But yes, the Xbox is a very valid option to go against the Fredrin. So I think Untitled, they do have a lot of firepower in this game, and even they have the range with the Farsa. So was it really a good trade to actually give in the Farsa and take those three heroes? What do you think, Debbie, out here?
I think the Fredin is too early, man. Maybe he will just want to go for the comfort, right? Because it's Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just a chill guy written. Maybe it's Dusty. Okay, we'll never know. But yeah, I think, man, I really wanted a Yi Sin, but then you really want to stick to the comfort because the two picks so far for the side of Zohan is definitely the comfort. Because going for a Moskov against a Farsa is not really the best choice. But still, if it's more of a comfort hero, then it can really work out. But then again, like I mentioned, the Fredrin is actually too early because the export was completely left open. Because in the recent change onto the export, when the passive is full, he does a true damage on all the skills that he has. So it's definitely going to be hurting for the Esmeralda as well as the Fredrin. So maybe Johan
Mm-hmm.
are a little bit too, I don't know, just leaping without watching. What was the proverb again? I forgot. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, Zebo, they could have actually gone for the Phoveus instead of the Esmeralda. So, do you think it's a pretty better option to actually go for the Esmeralda out here than the Phoveus, though?
Well, yeah, Phoebus is also a good option against a Herod, but then again, I guess they're picking up the Esmeralda for Herod once
Ooh.
again. Overall, though,
Mm-hmm.
oh wait, wait,
They have
wait,
two mages. Wait, what
wait.
is happening?
Family problem room.
Interesting.
He
So,
did it. He did it again. Go ahead.
He did it.
oh,
Valentina
no,
room.
wait. Okay, now we're
Yeah.
having trouble deciding
Oh.
which of them is gonna be going
Oh.
for the XP,
No.
though.
No. It's gonna
No,
be actually the Valentina Rome, eh? It's gonna be the
Yeah.
Valentina Rome for family
oh,
problem, actually.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yes, certainly Valentina Rome. Interesting. I mean,
Ah.
they got the Minotaur, so I guess that is one way to deal with the Minotaur altogether. But
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
oh, yeah, I should not be any more surprised. It's Zohunt. They pull out something crazy like this all the time.
Yep,
Yeah.
definitely.
I mean, we cannot expect something, just a cliche kind of thing coming from them. But again, this is a high risk kind of draft, I would say. The rewards can be pretty good if they can execute it properly. The execution part is going to be very important, but the risk is pretty high, with the Valentina Rome, though.
Yep, certainly. First match of the day, best of 5. Zohunt with a pretty crazy draft out here. But yes, I'm gonna be leaving the match to both of you, and hopefully we'll get to meet at the end of the match again.
Of course we will, because yeah, the first game we are gonna be seeing Zohunt versus Untitled to this best of 5 series, and of course we are gonna be here trying to bring you the essence of the game. Along with me, it's gonna be Sinju right now, but you know, look at the lineup. So Sinju, I think the Valentina roam is always what Zohunt does when they are beating out the expert, right? But oh, what Lindo?
Ooh, so already a lot of HP chunked, right, from Deadly, and it's gonna be trouble because he needs to just stay defensive right now. So that's gonna be a bit of a farm given to the side of Team Zohan. But the early game aggro is actually pretty much. I was thinking it would be going to the side of Team Untitled. With the Farsa, they can rotate much faster, right? And even with the Minotaur, they have a better front line. But so far, Zohan is actually doing a pretty good job. But again, the goal lane, you can see the pressure being built by the Harriet this time. So I think the front line is gonna be a problematic situation without the Fredrin actually being present in those team fights.
That's actually something that they have to be mindful about, because under the goal lane, Zohunt, they are having the weak side into the goal, because of course it's a Harriet, and of course into the hands of Selena is going to be having a better time. So they have to be a little bit careful on what kind of ganks that they want to go for, because they do not really want to lose out onto Prime into the early stages of this game. Definitely when they have a Valentina into the room, but he's going to be a little bit too squishy, but they do have a utility jungle onto their side, so I think they can make it work, but it's going to be needing a highly considerate execution. But the first turtle,
Yeah, it's gonna be actually just a nice guy taking the turtle, right, and it's gonna be a pretty free turtle given to their side. There was not much vision that the side of Team Untitled could give, so they just have to concede that turtle. And so far, the level 4 has not been hit for the roamer as well as the mid lane for the side of Team Untitled. So they are pretty much behind. You can see the lead is already there onto the hands of Fate, and so that turtle will be making things much more easier. But the goal lane is gonna be the next point of contention. They're already trying to go up there, get a bit of vision, get a bit of poke, but this Joker actually out there to just give the vision and just to peel for his chain out here on the side of
I think Zohunt is just trying to work around this Valentina a bit, because they can have the option to try to go for the damage as well as the sets. So most of the time, the plays and the sets are definitely going to be started by Entitled here, because they do have the ways to try to go and set and go for team fights most of the time, but family problem, so just getting the last insanity, which is what he usually does when he goes against the expert, because he does want more of the damage than the set. But I feel like it's not gonna be enough, because most of the time they're gonna be needing the crowd control, which the Minion Fury is gonna be having. But right now Joker, though, he already got the level 4 and he is more active all over the map and just trying to go set up for it as well. But Prime, he's still opting for the flicker, right? So no purify for him, so
Oh, hey, there is gonna be the Minion Fury as well as the Feather Airstrike. The Zaman Force drop to all the ultimates down there, and it's gonna be Win actually being taken down on the top lane, and again on the mid lane you can see a little bit of Farag armor being chunked down. Deadly's also there, but they're gonna go for the disengage. They know the side of Team Zohan. They do not have their front line possibly there, so next turtle will be up pretty soon. But again, if family problem is actually opting for the last insanity, he might want to go for that immunity with his ultimate, but that immunity can also be achieved with the ultimate of the Minotaur, right, with the Minion Fury. So I don't know if he's want to go for that, but again, there's gonna be family problem actually going in with the last insanity. There's not much damage with the Feather Airstrike dropping the nukes. It's gonna be actually not much race to go in, but again, Deadly trying to go in for a bit of damage, but family problem is gonna be the first taken down. This turtle will be going in the hands of Zohunt as the Fredrin will be there to retreat down. But again, there is gonna be a bit of poke coming in, but it's gonna be displacement, not yet achieved, but it's gonna be there, but it's a bit late. But there's nobody to follow it up. But again, both the teams want to go for neutralize out there, so no more takes, but 2-4-0 so far.
Yeah, 2-4-0, and but then again, all the turtles are into the hands of the Team Zero right here, so I think they're just equalizing onto the goal that they have lost, because into the early part of this game, Zohunt definitely doesn't have the lead, because the pressure coming out from Untitled from the mid lane is too much for them to handle, because this is what the Versa provides. This is what the Minotaur, who have a lot of vision, provide as well. You know, it's even though he's one of the most not most of the tankiest tank, he is able to walk around because family problem is actually on a squishy heroes, which is not the best setter here at this point. At whatever time they're gonna be going first, let's look at the taunt.
Yeah, just chill guy this time once again trying to go in, but it's gonna be the last insanity used defensively, so they want to just not take any more fights. But again, so far I am not really seeing much rotation from Daki yet. I was thinking the Farsa could actually make really good advantage of the early game, but as of now, nothing much. They just have 2 kills, but that was just out of the turtle fight and the one engage on the top lane. But the game is pretty slow. We are already 5 to 6 minutes in, but there's nothing too much of a skirmish going on. And again, there's gonna be the taunt actually on the Joker, but he will be able to walk out with the first kill that he has. So no more follow-ups out there, but again on the bot lane, Prime actually going for a lane swap out here, so they want to just give a better time for Prime. But again, Deadly is not going to let him farm freely out there. But with the next turtle coming up really soon, I think Zohunt, they do have the prior to take it.
Yeah, I think they will be able to do it as well, because which is kind of weird because Untitled do have a better setup. If they want to go in for the Minion Fury, it's gonna be an easy turtle for them, but there's no way that they are going in. But look at the mid lane though.
And Darky's gonna get taken. Darky will taking him down, and there's gonna be the Minion Fury actually taking down Faden as well. Win follows next from the damage of Shane. That's gonna be 3 man actually being taken down, and the purple buff. It's gonna be a grand theft because they won't let this Fredrin just free farm. But again, there's a lot of resources actually taken down from the side of Team Zohunt, and they will not have anyone else to actually give the damage. And right now, Fredrin needs to be careful. He does have that precious strat, but that's not going to be enough damage. There's going to be the SOD connecting on the Darky, and it's going to be taken down. Prime actually joining the party, but the 2 of the members will be there to zone him out. So that's going to be a disengage going in the hands of Zohunt, and it's also the first kill, but in the hands of Prime. It's a good sign.
Yeah, it's actually a good sign, but still, I think Untitled do win out onto this fight as well, because even if you look at the goal, there's already 50-50, but they did get out onto the turret, but that though.
Oh, a beautiful displacement coming in from the hands of Fade, and it's gonna be a follow-up, but there's the Feather Air Strike just to zone the members out, but we're not really stopping. He knows his limit, and he's not gonna let Team Untitled break it down. But again, there's gonna be Deadly actually going in the midst of 3 people getting displacement, but it's not gonna be enough damage taken down. The last Insanity actually on the back line. Family Problem not taking any damage. It's gonna be the Xbox without any shield. Sunshine, can he survive? No, because Win will take him down, and it's gonna be Darky actually trying to hunt down Family Problem, but it's not gonna be enough. But again, the Salmon Force actually being dropped down. Faden will be not in a good spot, getting taken down, and it's gonna be Prime Mizo onto the push on the mid lane. He will take down the turret first here, and it's also looking for the one onto the bot lane, but again the top lane is pretty open. Again the Feather Air Strike being dropped down, and Deadly along with Taki will be helping him to take down that Fredrin. But this is gonna be a trade-off coming in for both the teams, but I think Team Zohunt did walk out with a bit of more because they got two turrets out there,
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of weird to see that, Johan, most of the time what they are doing is the fights that they are actually responding to, they are very hesitant on what they are doing. So this gives a leeway for Entitled to go for the fights and be aggressive as much as possible. But Feather Airstrike, another one.
The Feather Airstrike does drop. The low HP, the curtain call is out there. Family Problem still survives, but look at the taunt this time connecting. But there's the SOD as well, but no follow-up yet. Team Zohunt, they do not want to continue this fight any longer, but Untitled, they know the resources have been burned and they want this Lord towards their side. They're already trying to chunk it down, but the members are not there yet. You can see when trying to poke a little bit HP down from Joker, but he's gonna be able to just heal it up. But I think the fight is still due out here.
Yeah, with the sprint brought on by Win here, I think you just want to go for the chase, and I think it's actually good. You do not really need to purify when you are out of range, but he might be caught out there. A little bit of a poke coming out from Sunshine as well. The Lord is going to be onto the focus by both of these teams, but one thing's for sure is that Prime onto the top lane will be able to trade it out with whatever Untitled are trying to do. But 1v1 though.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1v1. I can see already the damage actually being scaled, but Dark is gonna join it. It's not gonna be no longer 1v1. The Feather Airstrike drop. There's gonna be the flicker, but the Prime Mizo will be walking out of that. But again, Shane on the mid lane. He still has the Zaman Force, not really drop yet. The Minion Fury actually being used. The Zaman Force 2. Shane trying to go for the damage. There's a knock up onto 3, but the SOD does connect. And this time there's gonna be a full out brawl on the mid lane. Wayne is getting chunked, his HP down low, but he will be able to just run away from the harm's way. But again, Deadly trying to zone the rest of the members out. You can see Fredrin out there taking a bit of poke from Sunshine, but he still will be okay. It's gonna be one man down for the side of Team Zohunt, but they still do not want to give this lot up. You can see 2 members out there. Prime do not want to be part of this anymore. This is Feather Airstrike dropping down, but there's a loft knock-up actually cancelling it out. Faden actually being taken down from the damage of Shane. The Lord is chunked low. There's gonna be the retribution from Sunshine, actually helping Team Untitled to secure it out. Win is actually in the midst of too many people, but he still survives with the survivability that he has. Prime is taking a lot of damage, but it's gonna be the pin on the wall with the Spear of Misery. But there's gonna be Win trying to get the stun onto 2, but it's gonna be a retaliation from Team Untitled as they take him down along with the Lord. So this is gonna be a Lord marching down from the mid lane for the side of Team Untitled.
All gains all along the map for Untitled. They are playing this so well, so good. Saying already onto the Holy Crystal under 10 minutes it was. Yeah, that's definitely a good one for them. And whatever fight they are trying to take, it's actually gonna be good because Win here, he does not have the Mythic defense. It's just the Oracle that he is building up. So it's gonna be melted if he tries to go in and try to be the counter that Esmeralda is gonna be against Harris. But this time around, the better scaling is for the side of Zohan because they do have Prime onto the Moskov, but we'll never know because right now Sane is a 503 onto this Harris and he's dealing all the damage that the team is going to be requiring. And on top of that, they have the Farsa onto the backline just trying to dish out a lot of damage as well, and there's no way for Faden or even Prime to move in when they have a better range on the side of Untitled. The high ground's too much, but the bot lane though.
Yeah, this the Feather Airstrike just to zone the members out. You can see a lot of poke coming in onto the side of Zohan, but they will be able to clear it out. They still hold onto their inhibitors. Another time, another day, they will be able to, just walk this game to a bit more further, just delay it out, go to the mid game, and probably get some item locks in for in the hands of Prime as well as Phaeton, I guess.
I think it's actually gonna be hard to play around with the Jushin when you do not have the spacing. He's gonna be always outranged by the Farsa, but the blue buff, there's gonna be a lot of contest coming through and a lot of zones coming out from Sunshine as well. He's already level 14, which means that he's gonna be having the lead onto the retribution as well. So Johan right now are definitely into the back foot. They do not have the lead, they do not have the kill pressure that the side of Untitled do have, because into the mid lane they have a Jushin, right? No matter how good the Jushin was into those previous patch, I don't really like the Jushin here this time around because he's always gonna be outranged most of the time. But set though,
oh, a beautiful set from Joker. The Feather Airstrike was there. You can see that he does connect. Prime is actually will be able to get out of the harm's way. What a play from Prime. He does live to see another day, but will he be able to survive or not is the question. He does survive, but family problem actually get taken down. That's the 4th time. This KD is 041, and this Shane, Harith onto him is too dangerous, man. You do not want to give them this hero, but again, Win on the mist will not survive. Godlike for Shane. He's on a rampage. He was almost able to take down Prime. He did have the flicker, but he just survives by a sliver of HP. The Lord is up. Zohunt, what do they do out here? You can see there is the last hope with the retribution steal that this Fredin might want to go for it, but he might get spotted really quick by Taki out there.
yeah. And I don't think it's gonna be possible here because he's just level 14 and Sunshine is already level 15. Yeah, the chase is definitely gonna be there. Dusty, what will he do here?
Dusty, what will he do here? It's gonna be Win, not still up. The front line is not there. Team Untitled, they're just delaying the inevitable. They're just trying to hunt the members down from the side of Team Zohan. You can see the Fredin already trying to survive being under the turret, but Prime actually taking the advantage, pushing the lanes. But Fredin, how long can you survive? Your team needs you for the retribution, but he's gonna say hasta la vista, baby, because he's gonna get taken down to the grave as Team Untitled. They are feeling confident, they are feeling that they can take this Lord without any problem, but Team Zohunt, they have some different plan. They might want to contest Win trying to be their Zaman first draw, Faden trying to get a bit of spacing for there. But onto the bot lane, it's gonna be a 1v1 being won by Prime Mizo, and this is a Fed Moscow. You do not want to go against him all by yourself, Daki. You need to be careful. You might be the only female player, the best one out here, but it's gonna be against Prime. Not so easy, bro.
That's a definitely shady word that you're saying. But still, right? I think the Moscow at this one is already so fat, and I think the reason why he actually won out is because of the rose gold meter that he built up on a perfect time, and he knows that it's gonna be the first who's gonna be clearing out to the board lane, so he might have bought it as well. But the law is definitely secured by the side of Untitled, and here again, one thing, the downside of having a Valentina roam, a very squishy roam, is that even when you do not have the snowball, you are rendered completely useless. You do not have the tankiness, you do not have the ability to set most of the time. So it's just dependent on what kind of early game you're going to be having. And in this scenario, I don't think Zohunt have the lead. You do not really want to be behind or in equality onto the early game, but what lane though?
And that's gonna be Sunshine taking down the Fredrin. That's gonna be Feathered Airstrike just to zone the members out. Zohunt, they do not have a good time, but they will be able to clear the waves out. They do not want to actually stop. It's gonna be Zohunt actually going all in. It's all of a sudden they felt the bloodthirst out of nowhere, but it's gonna be a disengage once again. Yes, Team Untitled do not have their resources back up, but the Minion Fury is still there. They need to be wary of the fact one Minion Fury can really change the tide of the game, because the Minion Fury does reduces your armor as well as your defense. But there's gonna be the Feather Strike once again. The middle inhibitor does get taken down. The Zamas was already dropped out there. And right now, Vayne is gonna go in, but it's gonna be a good move or not. It's gonna be the question. But Sunshine once again going so strong with the last Insanity. Will be getting Vayne down. The SOD does connect, but will they pursue the side up team? Untitled was the question, but they said no. We need to clear the minion first because we want to save our base. But Untitled, they just do not want to continue this skirmish any further. They are playing the discipline route. They do not want to lose any members yet so far.
Yep, I think they're playing this very good, because no matter what they're going to be doing, the team fight is definitely going to be into their hands. And Untitled, they do understand that Zohunt doesn't have that kind of peel that that is necessary when they are going against them. Then the thing is, they do have the Minion Fury most of the time, as well as the Feather Airstrike, which is going to be having a very low cooldown, and not to forget, there's a Mud Force as well. So most of the time it's going to be dependent on the pickoff. So Deadly though.
Deadly though is gonna lose his immortality, but the rest of the team is actually there. The Feather Strike will be there to zone them out. You can see Prime Lucky for the redemption will be taking him down. Zohunt loses 2 members. It's gonna be the Fredrin next on the chopping block, and the right time, because it's gonna be 2 members actually on the back foot. Faden still survives a little bit more. The Crimson Beacon helping him survive, but the last Insanity also used a win out there. It's gonna be a 5v2 situation. The waves are crashing down from the mid and the bot lane. It's gonna be 2v5. Let's see if they can defend or not. The Feather Airstrike once again dropped. The waves are being cleared. There's a lot of minions out there, but the knocker will be there. It's gonna be the Minion Fury as well, as both of them get taken down. And Untitled with the first point in this best of 5 series. Zeddy.
What an amazing game coming out from Untitled, man. They want to go over the team fights, they want to heal, and they are going to be winning out for those team fights as well. No pick-off potential coming out from the side of Zohunt. Maybe they are experimenting too much onto the draft. Maybe, Jawa, what do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I agree with the experimenting part, because if we see the draft of Zohunt, right, they kind of lack the liner except for the Fredrine altogether. And the thing is, with a Valentina, you would want to go for a solid frontline, maybe more in the EXP as well. Maybe go for the Lapu Lapu instead of the Esmeralda, or even a Phobius would have worked here, because you kind of need to be able to zone out your enemy so that Valentina can take whatever is necessary so that she can, provide with the backup set. But overall, that was a really bold move coming from the Zohunt to, try that lineup. But overall, I would have to say they were kind of missing out.
I think I like the point. I like to point out that even if they were trying to pick out the Esmeralda, right? Esmeralda is not really a hero that you wanna play like the Uranus, right? You cannot really do that. You really wanna have that very tanky frontliners. Unless you don't want to have that, you either have to go for a backline droner, and they do not really have that. The Esmeralda, of course, it's good and all, but until the first phase, it's really easy to counter, and them completely leaving out the X-Borg when they already are planning to go for 2 tanky members is definitely not something you want to be doing, right? And I think they have to come up with just a little bit of a better setup as well, because second game, I think they do not really want to lose. Of course, your mental is gonna be messed up here, and Title are gonna be happy because they're onto the first pick and Johan onto the second. So maybe they should change that onto their draft just a little bit, man.
I completely agree. In the last game, I do believe they did ban out the Kadita, but they'd still give the parcel to the hands of Team Untitled.
Yeah.
Not a really good move, right? Because the range is definitely going to be a problem. And then you go with the Valentina room, which definitely not work properly. Yes, I did say you should go for the high risk, high reward type of play, but that was a bit too risky, right? Yes, you can get the ultimate from the Farsa as well as the Minotaur, but we did not see the worth that the actually the sustainability that from the side of team Zohan, because they also not only they lacked the frontliners who can actually soak in the damage, but they also lacked the set maker. They did have the Valentina, but it was completely failed. But one more thing was that they kind of lacked the range. They did have the SOD, but it was just a couple of times that Prime actually joined the fights in the early game, but in the late game he was not getting the space because of the Farsa. So this time I think they need to ban the Farsa and might go for a different take in the first pick, not a Fredrin though, because it did not work for sure.
What? And if
Mm-hmm,
it was the first pick that game,
mm-hmm.
things would have been so easy, man. Because I already said, right, the Fredrin first pick is definitely not gonna be a go-to, and they did pick it out, but it was so much of a gamble that they are taking. Get your head straight, man. Untitled though, with the bans coming through for them here, they ban away the Yisensin as well as the Gimme, which is very very shocking because Daki love to play the Fanny, not the Fanny, the Gimme into the mid lane, and it's just always almost work for them. But banning out the Gimme does means that they really want another good hero for themselves, which is very understandable too. The Lapu Lapu is gonna can be open, or even try to go for Saint's Comfort again, because he can either play the Irital or even the Herit too as well. So it's definitely gonna be a gain for them. But this time around, Johan though, they ban away the Farsa and the Uranus. This kind of makes much more sense now, because into the first game they banned away the Kadita, which was more utilized better by the side of Joe, or by the side of in Untitled. So maybe they are careful now. The second game is gonna be important again. They are one game down. Untitled are having the advantage here at this point, being the first pick and all. But what could they ban here? What should they take away here?
Honestly, there's a chance of, oh wait, they just took
Moscow.
out Prime's Moskov. I mean, yeah, last match he was playing it really safe, and he was almost near to dominate the whole Untitled if the game had gone a little bit more late, if they did not, stray away from their main path. But I get it, the Moskov ban. But overall, keeping the Farsa on the ban, it kind of opens up the Kadita for Daki to play. But then again, I guess they won't pick up the Kadita as the first pick. So if they're expecting a Kadita, then they would probably go for a counter, right? Which is much more counterable than a Farsa, if I have to say. But it's Daki. We've seen her play the Kadita out really well, burst down assassins, honestly. So overall, it's kind of interesting, but they go for CC instead. Planning to pick out Fredrin again, is it?
Could be, but this is gonna actually open up the box. You have just a really strong hero. You don't want to just keep it open, right? And we have seen time and again how much of an annoyance this Baxia can become. But you know what, Debbie? In the last game, I did say Prime outplayed Daki out there, but she did get her redemption, right? So I think this is a respect band coming in for sure. But what does they put in onto Daki? Yes, she does have a good hero pool, but two of her main strong picks are banned currently. So this does open up the Kadita, which they can go for. I don't think so Zohan would want to take the Kadita at this point because they do get the burst, but it's gonna be a bit difficult to go against the Bugs here because the Bugs does have the damage reduction with her ultimate, and they're still sticking with the Fredrin. So there's a lot of I would say faith that they have on this hero, but the Xbox still open. I think really good choice for the side of Team Untitled.
I'm not sure why they want to go for the 13 again because, well, it did work into the second phase. I mean not the second phase, the second pick. I think if they want to go for the Fredrin, they should put something of a damage dealers into the hands of the mid laner, Faden, because I don't think the Juicing was that much of a problem for the side of Untitled. There was no one to pick off the Harris. He was freely hitting, and talking of the Harris, right? I think it's still safe for the side of Untitled to go for the Harris because Johan can ban it away, but they still opted to go for the Irithel here this time around, and the Xbox still out here to play definitely into the jungle, into the hands of Sunshine. And the Bucks can go into the room, which is a very, very good choice as well. But they're going to be lacking just a little bit of crowd control, so they might actually have to put a good hero that have a CC. So Johan this time around, what could they take here? Because I don't think the kill pressure is still out there because Untitled do have a better setup into the jungle and the mid lane as well. But Valentina again, well, maybe they just wanna. Maybe this is still a flex, right? Roam or mid,
No,
it can go either way. But if it goes mid, I'm pretty worried there's not gonna be someone who can be an answer to this Irithel.
true that. Mm,
I feel like the Valentina pick is a bit too early because there's no one for her to, take the ult or anything. But banning out the Kadita though, a respect ban for Daki out there. But yeah, back to my point, there is no priority for Valentina to pick up any of the ults, the heavy crossbow or the last insanity or even Basha, right? So overall, I would say I guess you're playing another mind game like last time. I don't know. We still don't know if that's gonna be a roam or a mid Valentino or even an XP Valentino. Who knows? But ooh, the mage bans though. Oh my goodness, the amount of mages that they're gonna be banning out. It's gonna be
mm,
overwhelming Daki a bit, but knowing her,
mm.
I I don't know. I'm kind of smelling a Louis or Vixana altogether, but overall,
True.
yeah, we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, I really like the ban from the side of Untitled, right? They did ban the Marsha, which is a pocket pick
Mm-hmm.
for Win once again, right? I've seen him actually going it, and then I remember actually telling Debbie it kind of reminds me of Luke from MPL
BTR.
ID. Yeah, so I think
BTR
that
man.
would have been a really good pick in this game as well. Yes, it can go 1v1 against a lot of people, and even actually be a very immense threat for the backline. So that was a really smart band coming in. They know their draft really well, and I think Untitled do get +1 for that. But once again, it's gonna be a Valentina Rome, which I'm not really a big fan of. We did see in the last game it
Oh,
didn't work. If he's trying to get back in this game, if he's trying to rectify his mistake from the last game, I don't see a very good ulti to go for except for the last insanity. But he might be immune, but he's not gonna take less damage. The damage is gonna be still high. So Debbie, is this a bad move once again from Zohan? What do you think?
I'm not sure, man, because the Louis pick here, I really like that, but the Valentina, again, no CC, right? No CC, right? It's
Hmm.
gonna be putting a lot of pressure into the hands of Win again, but now Untitled, they do have a solid first face pick, right? So Joker, man, can he go for the Minotaur again? But no, okay, it's gonna be the Lilia. Okay, understandable, because Johan did ban away 3 mages and pick 2 for themselves, and the Lilia was the only valid choice that they wanna go for. And Like it or not, the Lilia does well against the Fredrin, so maybe there's a possibility that they wanna go for that kind of continuous damage. So he's gonna be suffering just a little bit. But last pick though, the damage. Okay, there we go. The Hilda into the hands of Mr. Win here. So they do really need the damage into the XP, right? Because they're lacking the damage. But then again, they're gonna be lacking onto the set as well, which Untitled are gonna be having with the Badang into the room. Wait, is it Badang into the room or is gonna be the XP? Oh, okay, it's very solid.
Oh, overall, the draft, I kind of feel like Valentina finally has Badang's ult to copy altogether, but still remains the fact that she's gonna be squishy, right? So overall, with a Lilia and an Irithel altogether, she's gonna be facing a lot of threat. Not to mention the X-Pork as well. But hey, we'll find out soon enough which team comes out to the top in this second match. So Debbie and Chindu, please take it away.
Thank you, Zebu, and takeaway shall we. This is gonna be the second game in this best of 5 series, so match point is gonna be, coming in this game. Either it's gonna be that or it's gonna be a score equal from the side of Zohan. A lot of things on stake, but once again, Debbie, the names are getting mixed up out here, but I see the potential from the draft again from the Zohan, but the execution, like we mentioned in the last game as well, right? It has to be on point. It has to be clear cut. Otherwise, the punishment is really high from Untitled, and they will not let them go easily. They will not let them go, without any casualty. So, how will they, capitalize their early game with that draft is going to be really a good question because, the rotation speed from the side of Untitled is really fast with his Baxi as well as the Lilia.
Yeah, and the red buff will be secured to FI. Okay, that's the actually, but there might be a little bit of expenses on top lane. Maybe there's a lot of damage coming through from Sunshine as well. That was a waste of time, I suppose, because he was trying to take on to the steal out onto the big Mazer buff coming through. But level 4 already for Dusty. This is one that's more fun as well with that.
Ooh, the Raga armor is going to be taken down. It's not level 4 yet, but Redrin already getting the level advantage. Irithel all by herself still will survive because she does have a skill set, and it's going to be only Taki with the Purify in this game. So rest of them actually opted for Flicker, and there's going to be one Revitalize and 4 Flickers from the side of Team Zohan. So they want to play aggressive, but aggressive is going to be winning this. Gonna be the first blood as well on the Darky. Faden actually getting taken down. Trade for trade. Mage for mage. And it's gonna be the first turtle already being taken, being chunked low from the side of Zohan as they zone the rest of the members out. Sunshine still not level 4, so this turtle will be going freely in the hands of Zohan as they try to go aggressive in the jungle. It's gonna be the fist crack there, but the fist break is not there yet. And sorry, the fist break was there, the fist crack was not there. So once again, you can see the orange buff is still going in. It's gonna be the retribution actually securing the buff from Sunshine. It's gonna be the last insanity as well as Fredrin just bit more than he can chew, and the stolen insanity will not be insanely good because it's gonna be no damage. Untitled, but the screen I see is frozen, so it's gonna be Debbie actually taking it further.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of an aggression coming out from Dusty right there. But yeah, I see the reason. I see the reason where he want to go for a deny onto the red buff again. But a little bit of a discipline is going to be necessary into the early game because whatever lead you're going to be accumulating, you do not really want to give it away because even 2k gold lead is definitely going to be a good start for them. And if they are going to be throwing it away, it's not going to be, in sync with what they are trying to do with this kind of draft, because this draft is quite in this kind of draft it's quite necessary to try to go for the snowball because you want to have the map pressure, you want to have the control of the mid lane as well, because a mid lane control, if the mid lane control is gone when you are on a low lane, you rather stick into your lane and you do not have the luxury to make all those sets, but because that's done.
Oh, the duality actually doing the work, but the HP bar is getting taken down. Faden with a double kill, making a triple as it's gonna be Win taking down Sunshine. 4 members down from the side of Untitled. Darky all by herself. What a little girl can do against 4 or 5 members, but she will still survive. She can recall, guys. But the turtle will be up soon. But the mid lane is gonna be a point where Team Zohan will be taking it pretty easily as the turtle is already up, and you could see the vision, but I don't think Faden could see that coming, as he will be forced to flicker out. But another kill. Joker this time being aggressive, getting punished already 4th time. This is gonna be a deja vu from the last game form, where family problem was the one getting this punishment, but Win actually being aggressive onto the orange buff, but it's gonna be pretty much easily secured, not by the jungler, but it's gonna be by somebody else. But the turtle will be getting taken pretty easily from the hands of this Fredrin, as the last insanity is already there. There's a stolen last insanity. Darky this time does not have the black shoes, will be getting taken down. The Fredrin trying to go for the taunt, but not really getting the range, as team Zohunt, they already are so ahead in this game. There's gonna be the diversion already to the top lane. Shane all by himself, but still will be able to go with the flicker. But there's gonna be the flicker play from Deadly, as he will be able to catch one, and they get 2 members already chunk low. But Shane will be falling down from the damage of Faden, as they still survive. But Faden will get punished. Joker with the kill, but he's all by himself. There's gonna be the braces strat taking down Joker. Sunshine bit late to the party, but can he do anything is gonna be the question, because he does have the help of Darky, as they are trying to clear the wave. Chunked a bit low of HP from the members, but the bot lane will be getting pushed down from this Valentina, who is working like a marksman in this game. But once again, Zohunt with the better trade in this game.
Yeah, that's a very, very good early lead that they are finding, and yeah, finally win onto one of his comfort again. I mean, it's actually gonna be good that we have the kill pressure, but right now we get dive again. Oh wait.
Oh, the dive is gonna be there, but the black shoes actually bringing her back to a very tough position, but she will be able to walk out of there. The turret will not be standing anymore longer, as that's gonna be the last first year turret being taken down. Shane actually doing the same on the bot lane. He wants to get that first year turret down, as Deadly is trying to give a bit of vision, but it's gonna be the Fredrin actually making the rotation, and the rest of the members actually all trying to get back there. As you can see, there's gonna be another full-fledged fry. Deadly is not gonna see that coming, as he gets taken down. The last insanity going there, bit low HP. Prime this time actually being taken down. The stolen last insanity not doing enough work, as the members are gonna work out pretty safe, but it's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in the favor.
I think this is gonna be a safe one for the side of Zohunt right now. A good diversion play coming out from Faden as well, and the turtle is always on to the focus again, but he's gonna be secured by Destiny onto the Fredrin. Definitely a good goal accumulated by them as well. 6k already into their hands, but for the side of Untitled, though, they do have Zane with no problem. He's able to farm out so well, so they have to find an answer to this guy. Most of the time, you're gonna be needing to try to pick him off, and Win might be onto that work right now, because there's a lot of pressure coming up onto the top lane though.
Yeah, and the top lane is gonna be the point of contention. As you can see, the purple buff also being invaded from of Zohunt, as the retribution will be helping. It's gonna be actually the Fredrin getting the buff, right, and Team Untitled, they're losing a lot of map space, as they're also gonna lose the second tier turret on the top lane, and a diversion already there on the mid lane, so they can just go back out of there. But once again, the goal lead this time, Debbie, in the hands of Zohunt. I think they're pretty much ahead in terms of items as well, right? I would like to see the itemization, and you can talk more. As you can see, Daki already getting the glowing wand out here.
Definitely, glowing wand is gonna be necessary, but yeah, already a lot of builds coming through. Glowing one already into the hands of Faden here, so definitely a good start at that. And even the Grandeur though, Prime, even though his position was a little bit too aggressive, but oh wait, talk about aggressive, look at that though.
Win trying to go in to be the front line, but the damage reversal from the side of Zohunt will be chunking the members pretty low. Shane will be able to pretty much, heal back up. That's the power of Heart's Claw on of Airthil, right? And this is the problem, right? You cannot actually chunk him pretty low, but again, this time Win wants to go in, but it's gonna be the damage actually being turned around. The last insanity being redeeming themselves, getting this game into their hands, but even with this lot, can they get the end will be the question, because Untitled, they do have a really good wave clear, so that's gonna be a really good question here, Debbie.
And you know, one thing is for sure is that Win onto this Hilda, he went for the Fury Hammer, not full build on any damage item, but he was able to dish out a lot of damage. And he already built out the Radiant Armor, which means that he's gonna be able to withstand all the magic damage coming out from the X-Mark, as well as the Lilia here. So he does take a lot of chance to try to dive into the backline most of the time, and even saying he's not full build yet, he doesn't he's gonna be requiring a lot of damage, but this time around he doesn't have that. He's gonna be needing even the Wind of Nature too, which he doesn't have as of now. So Wind for him, it's gonna be always an easy target for him to dive in. But oh, that's a bit of a pick off onto the bot lane. Fredrin down, the Lord marching up on top. What can they do here?
What can they do here is gonna be the question. They have the Lord on the top side of the map. It's gonna be marching down. The HP is still up on the turret. As Untitled, they're still clearing it out, and I think this inhibitor will still stand to see another day. So far, Team Zohunt, they could not convert much. They did not get a single inhibitor open, but there's gonna be the flicker play from Deadly, but the flicker also being expended from Faden to just to survive. It's gonna be one man taken down. Family from did not have his flicker, but Prime Misto getting 2 kills. Shane forced to flicker out of there, and they did not see that coming, as Team Zohunt once again turning it around in their favor.
Yeah, that was a very good aim. I did not expect that kill onto Deadly too from the Dead Sonata. Yeah, that was perfect. But yeah, I think it was such a good defense coming out from the side of Entitled. They were able to defend the top lane very well. But Daki, oh.
Daki, Black Shoes already expended, but she will survive, and I think they also get the wave clear, so a GG for them.
I think with this kind of wave clear that they have, and the lack of crowd control coming out from the side of Zohunt might eventually be the best one here. Their only way for crowd control is going to be Faden with the yin yang reactions all over the map, but when he does not have the flicker, he's gonna be caught easily by Deadly, which he did, and into that blue buff thrown there. So this time around, Zohunt, even though they have the better set, they have the lead, they have to be very disciplined. They have to freeze out onto this goal so as to not give Shane any kind of goal, any kind of equipment, which is gonna be a bad one for them, because one set coming out from the Badang and the Fat result is something that can wipe them away. So they are very careful on this as well. So not much of a clearance coming out from them too. But look at the position from Win, man. I think we should focus more on this guy, because whatever he's doing, he's always gonna be making it work. The backlines from the side of Untitled are always gonna be scared of any kind of boosts that they are going for. But I think the setup for the Lord, I think they are trying to give it away and just trade out onto the top lane turret here.
Yes, and this turret is going to be a good trade, but he's not a Moscow. We can actually come back. You can see they do not want to contest for this Lord, so it's going to be a free Lord given to the side of Team Zohunt, but they have one really good tool. It's going to be the diversion actually being used on the top lane. Shane needs to be careful, but they have the mobility, right, and they will be able to walk out pretty safe. But Deadly also is out there to give the vision, but the Fredrin, just the loser has to fall, so it's going to be just walking out there. But once again, giving the Lord at this point, was it a good choice was the question, because they are already pretty, pushed back inside their own base. But again, there's gonna be another engage from Deadly. Win taking a lot of damage, but that's gonna be a hill. You cannot chunk him down so fast, but still, he was almost taken down to 10% of his HP. Still survives, but that's gonna be a lot of resources actually being burned already, but it's gonna be up pretty soon while the Lord is marching down. So Zohunt, how do they crack open the space? And for Untitled, how do this defend is gonna be the question.
I know there's not a lot of dive that can literally be a asset for the side of Zohunt, because all they have to do is try to out damage. Oh, look at that!
Oh, it's not gonna be out damage as Team Zohunt. They do not want to give any time for Team Untitled to get back into this game. As you can see, the damage actually being taken down. A lot of HP bars from the side of Team Untitled. The Lord already being cleared out. The waves are still marching from the mid lane, top lane, as well as the bot lane. They have to clear it. Untitled, how do they do it? They go in pretty aggressive. There's gonna be the set from Deadly getting 4-man. But the damage is not gonna be enough, as Prime Mizzo is gonna be hunting them down. Flicker forced out. Their HP bars are low. Team Untitled, they still have Daki to clear the waves out, but it's gonna be Joker actually taken down. So Daki all by herself cannot clear this out, as Zohunt they equalize the score 1-1 in this best of 5.
Oh my god, that was a big comeback that they had from the first game because it wasn't really get that normal for Zohunt to play like that. But Untitled Man, they did really well with the clearance, but there's a lot of damage coming through from Prime onto the Grandeur already. He had a lot of stack onto the Capriccio as well as the Sky Piercer. Whoever that Sonatas is hitting on, they are down to the ground most of the time. So I don't think they have an answer to all of those. And worst case scenario, when Saint does not have a goal lead onto an Urethel, you cannot really do much about that hero. You just need a lot of goal, and so I think Johan played so well. What do you think, Jewel?
Yeah, this time the Valentina worked out really well in their favor, right? But the I feel like the reason the Valentina worked out is because there were no solid CCs or anything to choke her down like the first match. There was a Minotaur all together and there was a Farsa to zone her out. So overall, that one is a major reason that the Valentina worked out this time. But well, family problem, right? He just goes for it. He just thinks, yeah, we're gonna be the first time it didn't work out, we're gonna make it work out in this second one as well. They're proving everyone wrong. I mean, we were quite skeptical about the Valentina and the ROM, right? So
Yeah, we were actually skeptical. In fact, I was skeptical, I was talking about it mostly. But yeah, they did prove me wrong, and I'm happy about it because I have been telling, this is the time they need to take the risk. And if they can actually reap the benefit, it's going to be really crucial for them. And this time, Zohan definitely were good on the execution part, and that's why they got more advantage. And I feel part of the reason is because, Prime got a hero he was pretty comfortable on, and Shane was put into a hero, he had to farm pretty late into the game because, yes, he could have picked the Harith, but he did choose to go for the Irithel instead. A bit different approach, but I feel another factor was this time the range was pretty less. Darky was forced into a hero which had a quite less range compared to a far sort of even a Novaria. So I think that was another factor that kind of came together for Zohan to win this game. So if they can continue this thing, they might have a very good chance to make it a 2-1 at this point.
And I think, like you mentioned, Daki put onto the Lilia was actually being forced by Johan, right? Because they banned away 4 mages, which you count if you count the Kimi, and they took away 2 mages, right? So that's a very, very lesser choice for, I mean, a lot of heroes taken away from her hand, and only the best choice was the Lilia. So I think they did it quite well. But yeah, the third game we're gonna go, and it's gonna be Johan into the first pick. First pick, they have to ban away the Harris. Okay, I feel like this is not gonna be a meta ban anymore, right? It's gonna be more of a target ban for any kind of heroes that can come on into the hands of Untitled as well. And I think Untitled will actually do the same because even the Boxia pick that they had didn't actually work out because it was put into the room, which is I mean, which is not bad, but it's not the best either. The jungle boxer is much more better in that kind of composition. But now I think Zohan, I think they might still stick to the bans until the respect bans. I mean,
I'm thinking if Untitled would, ban the Valentina because I kind of feel like Family Problem might go for a third pick on that Valentina once again. But overall, I do like that they are not going for the optimal meta bans anymore. They're just going for the target bans, which is really good. But yeah, Hayabusa has been a stable for Zohunt all the time. But overall, another Wisest ban. Oh, I guess we're not gonna be seeing Wisest anytime sooner in this match. But overall, the bans are happening pretty fast, and we can tell that both the teams they are very well set on banning the heroes which give them problems like the first she was up only in the first match, but still she is getting banned out. They don't want to take any chances at all.
And that should be the thing because I feel the Farsa definitely give a lot of advantage benefits for Team Untitled to win the first game, and even the Harriet was a very comfort pick for Shane he performed immensely good. It was 9-0 and 9, right, in that game. So I think that was a phenomenal performance. And this time, I think how I would say the Baxia ban was not really necessary, so they can actually keep it open. But it depends how Team Untitled do play that hero. But will they still go for the first pick, Fredden, is my question out here, Debbie. They want to stick to it or no?
I think they could go for a third one. Okay,
Oh.
Baxia. Okay, no worries, no worries. Most of the time when Johan pick up the Baxia, it's usually into the jungle. So maybe it can go into the jungle as well and put Faden on a very very high damage hero again, and of course win on his comfort too. Because from what I've seen into the previous game, the second game, him on a damage dealing hero like the Hilda, it's definitely something that he's comfortable on because he's a master player. Of course, he's gonna be comfortable on the damage dealing heroes, and I think it's really really good that they are trying to set up for a utilities jungle again because almost all the time the Yi Sun is gonna be taken away, but Untitled with the fast pick onto the CC as well as the Moskov. Huh. Okay. They wanna play fire with fire. Okay. They with the first up being banned away from Johan, I think it was safe to pick up the Moskov, but Johan though, they have a lot of options to try to counter this Moskov, but what will be the choices? There are so many.
Maybe
Mm,
another long range hero. I'm thinking, apart from the Basha, there's still a Lapu Lapu open, and
Oh yeah.
none of the teams have picked up the Lapu Lapu any time sooner. But interestingly enough, and Angela.
What?
Okay.
Angela has to be there, right?
Angela Maker, Angela
Mhm.
Roan? Still a
Yeah,
question,
I
right?
think so.
Questioning. Mhm. Question
Rome
indeed.
question mark. Yeah,
Question mark.
But
question mark.
yeah, I mean, I feel it's Zohan, right? They can do anything. At this point, we don't say this
Yeah.
hero will go to this lane. It can be a grandeur jungle at this point. I will not be surprised anymore. So I think even if they want to opt for this Angel, it's a good choice because the utility is still strong in this current meta. But there's a lot of shred from that Moscow as well as from the CC into the mid to late game, so they need to be wary of that fact. But I feel the damage reduction as well as the shield is going to be really good, but they need some more firepower except for the Granger as well. So what do they go for in the mid lane? Do they still go for the Valentina or even for the Louis like in the last game? Will it work? I am still skeptical in this match though.
Yeah, that's definitely have to be the question here because they're gonna be needing a crowd control again if the Angela is definitely gonna go into the room because they're gonna be lacking the magic damage because Angela mid is not really worth it. I'm just saying. Okay, but the thing is, Win, if he get his comfort, it's gonna be good. But the Louis band coming through from the Entitled, very very good. I like this band coming out from them, very genius too because for Johan, the option to go for a high crowd control has to be the Louis, and of course with the Divergent play as well, and it really worked well into the second game. They do not really want to face it again, but the Zeusin taken away by the side of Johan against a boss, and you do not really want to give away the Zeusin, but I'm quite worried that they are going to be lessening the amount of mazes that they really want to trade because none of the mazes, Faden or even Daki, hasn't picked up their mates, so it's gonna be very, very interesting what they go for. Oh wait, look at that! Another target Banjo.
Yep, like the Hilda was a menace in the last match,
Yeah.
so yeah, we get it, the Hilda ban. But I like that they are, targeting the mage more than any other
Yeah,
lanes for both the teams. I mean, it's
definitely.
it's just yeah, at this point, it's down to what hero you are most comfortable with because the thing
Mm-mm.
is almost all the meta mages are out, so apart from Daki and Argadita, there's still a lot. But oh wait, a Fanny in the last ban. Interesting enough, we've not seen a Fanny picked up by either of the teams. But overall, I guess she might be a threat to Zohan this time with a squishy roam if they decide to give the Angela in their own position, but down to the pick, I'm curious what both the mid laners are gonna
Yeah.
be picking out, because there's a Lilia, there's a Kadita open. Apart from
Yeah.
those two, there's not much mages open. Maybe another Valentina, but oh wait, Eve
Ooh.
is out. Paired with that Minotaur? Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I still think the Kadita can come here. Like Kadita is still good pick,
Yeah,
right?
this is true.
At this point,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a simple
Yeah.
counter. You go for the RWM, and there's gonna be the Kadita just
Mhm.
out there to just burst you down. And
Yeah.
I think even Faden is pretty comfortable on that hero. With the Angela onto the roam, it can work really well. And even for the roam, for family problem, it can actually be used as a roam for the Kadita, right? It's a pretty
Mhm.
flexible hero, just like the Angela. So they might just juggle it around. But I think even the Marsha pick is so good at this point for Team Zohunt.
Mhm.
What do you think, Debbie? Those two picks, will they make a way for the side of Zohunt?
I think the Masa might appear here, man. I'm not sure how the mentality is going to be working out because the Hilda did a lot of damage, and in place of the Hilda, he usually played the Masa, right? So when the Masa was when the Hilda was picked away and Untitled, they banned away the Hilda. So you know what? I think they should go for the Kadita or the Masa together, man. But if they did not, I'm not sure. Okay, Kadita,
Oh.
that's a solid one. But no Masha, it's gonna be the Lapu Lapu. Okay, they really,
Mhm.
really wanna go for the sustain this time around. It's also one of the most comfortable hero for win here too, and I really like a Lapu Lapu against an Eve too, because she is such an immobile hero, and most of the time you really are not safe when there are two dive heroes coming in onto your face. And I feel like Daki doesn't, and she's not really gonna be having a great time. But one fact is that Untitled do have a self-peeling hero, which is the Minotaur. Go either
Ooh.
be a helpful
Your
one or a
jungle.
different one. But oh, Roger,
Roger in
man,
the
the
jungle out
wolf.
here. Mhm.
Yeah, jungle.
You know,
Let's go.
I kind of
Yeah.
feel like Zohunt, they gave the option of picking Kadita to Untitled, but they just denied
Yeah.
it, just picked up the Eve, right? So overall, an Angela and a Lapu Lapu combo plus a Basha, it's gonna be hard to deal with for Untitled. And the thing is, apart from Moskov and Roger, they don't really have any burst heroes. Yif is mostly gonna be used for zoning just like the first all together. But I'm curious to see how this one's gonna be playing it out.
Yeah, we'll have to watch it out. But again, back to the match we go out here, Zevo. So we'll say our highs and hellos after this game once again. But maybe the early,
Adios.
yeah, adios. But the early game out here, Debbie, which team do you think has a better prio to get the first blood, or even go for the rotation or invades out here?
I think Johan, they got this in the early game this time around because even though with the better clearance onto the Eve into the mid side, the Kadita have a lot of pressure when she is when she gets to the level 4, which is gonna be a triple threat for Daki here actually, because there's a lot of that coming out from Lapu Lapu as well. But into the lane though, one thing that is sure is that CC is gonna be winning out. So this time, Johan, the turtle contest is definitely gonna be harder, but they're gonna be needing just one level 4 into the hands of Faden here onto the Kadita that can change the tide of the first game. But if he does make a mistake though, Untitled does have a really good way to come back, because this is a Roger into the jungle. He can scale up quite better than the Boxer, of course. But winning lane is definitely into the goal for side of Johan. But then again, there's a lot of pressure coming up on Zane though.
Prime is already chunked down to a considerably low HP, but he's still be surviving, right? Yes, he does not have the Purify, but the damage will not be enough to take him down. But you can see again the knock up on to Darky this time. She will survive, but the bot lane is going to be 3 man actually. The loser has to fall. We'll open up the map for the Roger to just be visible, but still, there's a lot of pressure on the mid lane, like we were talking about, right? But there's a knock up onto the loser has to fall, but he still survives. So it's gonna be a level 4 for both the junglers. The turtle will be up soon, so they might want to contest for that next.
Yeah, and win already into the mid lane trying to go for the level 4 means that they just want to have the contest onto the turtle. But the problem is that Faden is not level 4 just yet, so they have to wait a little bit for it too. And the pressure coming in from the side of Johan from Lapu Lapu already is definitely going to be better here right now. But onto the bot side though, it's actually funny to see a Moskov and a Granger reaction, right? It's more of a skill set. Oh, Petrify!
Oh, the Petrified was there, but still they survived. The turtle is still up. There's gonna be the bravest fighter actually used along with the hard cut. The SOD does connect. There is the RW being dropped down, but the damage not being enough. You can see this time Lapu Lapu has to force the flicker out, but the RWM will be slowing him down. Shane a bit low on the HP. The Roger wants to just go for the kills, but he still does not have the way to go in yet. But there's a knock up again, but the first blood will be in the hands of Sunshine. As he takes down, the loser has to fall. So he did fall, so he was the loser in that team fight, it seems so. But again, bot lane, you can see Prime getting a lot of space, so he will go for the push, getting a bit of gold, so that will give him some lead in this team fight despite losing the turtle.
No, I think there was a bad targeting coming out from Faden. But yeah, a little bit of experiences on the top lane. That's not gonna be a trait because this is a CC versus a Lapu Lapu, and they want to stay in the team fights. And yeah, back to the point though, the targeting coming out from Faden is definitely not a good one because I thought maybe he could go and target Sunshine instead. He went for Joker, which is the Minotaur. I can see the misery what he was gonna go do there, but when he does not have that kind of items, he just have to stick and target onto the squishy butts. But then again, the bot lane though, there's a lot of damage coming through already. The Minotaur into the hands of the Roger.
Oh, there's a knock-up onto Joker. This time will not survive. The RWM is there, but it's just to no avail. As you can see, they can just walk out of there. Darky does not have the flicker. She has the Purify. Was forced to use it up, but she still survived. Again, the damage from the Baxia this time, is still a bit more because with the help of Faden. So that's going to be one kill given to the side of Team Zohunt. So 1 for 1 so far. 4 minutes into the game. The goal lead pretty much equal, you can say so.
Yeah, pretty much equal as well as the kills too. 1-1. It's funny to say 11-11, 1-1-1. Everything is 1 here, but look at that though. I think Joker does have the minion fury, but there's not much of a damage that he can try to set to, which is definitely not a good sign here. But what's gonna be a good sign is that if he try to call out onto that minion fury or when there is the contest onto the turtle, because the first one was won around by Sunshine.
Yeah, the first one was won by Sunshine. This time they want to get a contest onto this, but will they be able to do so is the question. You can see already a lot of skills better. They have not really connecting onto anyone. The RWM is also fallen down, but the HP bars are getting chunked low. Shane will be the first taken down. Faden getting a double. Taki 2 this time. Untitled not really having a good time. Look at the backline. Sunshine forced to go. Use the flicker. Use the retribution just to survive, but they're chasing him down. Prime Mizzo getting him gunned down. What can you do if you bring a wolf to a gunfight? You will be getting gunned down as Team Zohunt. They are on the lead. They are feeling confident in this game as they take whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, they needed that kill onto Sunshine because he's already level 7 while Dusty was on level 6, so they necessarily chased him for that, even wasting out onto the figure from Prime here too. So I think it was really a good check coming out from Zohunt too. But then again, this is going to be giving them a lead in Untitled. They have to play it a little bit slower again because they do have a scaling hero. They do have Shane onto this Moskov again, and with the Purify, he's not going to be easily picked off by Faden as well. But we'll never know what's going to be happening because whenever the fights are on, there's a lot of back and forth rotation right there because one was chasing for the tankers and the other was busy being taken down onto the backline, and of course Lucky wasn't really having a great time because of the Kadita as well as the Lapu Lapu. They were so far onto the backline that there was no one who was dealing the damage onto the Baxia and the Angela combo, even when they were drawn out quite a lot. So I think this time around they have to be careful onto the team fights because there's a lot of back and forth movement from the side of Zohunt, and then they are gonna be put into a paralysis or where and who to target.
Yeah, and if the minion fury does not connect, there's not too much of a CC that can actually be going down for the side of Untitled, as the one to go down right now would be Shane all by himself. He did have the Purify, but what can you do? The damage is so high. Joker is also there, but the hard got on to the loser has to fall. Will be helping him survive, but Faden taking a bit of damage will be instantly healed up. Where did all that HP come from? It's going to be the heal from the Angela actually being the superior out here, but again Joker actually picking up that important item. But again the RWM actually being used. The knockup on the 2. There's going to be family problem this time being taken down. The look at the backline. Wayne actually going in with the bravest fighter as well as the Raging Slash. Does get the Landshaker to get the immobilized, but it's not gonna be any more follow-up. as Zohan, they want to back out, but the trade-offs out there. But look at Sunshine, he wants to go on to Prime Miser, but he's actually able to just turn it around. Sunshine get punished, but it's gonna be Deadly actually being spotted out. The rough pace out there, but once again, win with the previous fighter onto Taki. She does not have a flicker, but she will be able to outplay that a little bit, but with the mobility, so she does survive. But that was too bad for Sunshine. He was almost able to get that kill, but this is gonna be another turtle secured from the side of Zohan. That's gonna be 2 for 1 turtle going in the favor of Zohan, as the Retribution will secure that purple buff as well. And Zohan still in the lead, so they're not losing too much on the map.
And the pressure that's coming out for Untitled as well, with this much pressure coming out from Zohan onto Untitled, it's kind of commendable to say that Sunshine is able to catch up to the levels completely, because he does have a lesser farm than Dusty here in this scenario, but he was able to reach out onto this experience level 2, which is very, very hard thing to do, but he was able to get all to the minions at the bot lane, and I think this has to be the win condition for the side of Untitled. They do have the ways to play out the long lanes because of the Moskov as well as the Roger, which can be pretty safe even if he does stay alone, but if they can try to give aid to the Moskov this time around, but look at that.
Oh, once again, it's gonna be Sunshine all by himself as he gets taken down by Prime. So once again, Shane getting taken down from the hands of Faden. But a 1v1, that too. So, too bad news for the side of Untitled. They need to keep these two people alive, and they are the ones being taken down the most. Both their goal laner as well as the mid jungler, right? Both the marksmen. They need something to scale it up, but again, this is gonna be the Minion Fury onto 3. There's RW as well. Use the damage not really being enough. There's no one to take it down, but there, so he does connect out there. He gets to the party, but the damage again still lacking. So the mid lane second tier turret almost at a low HP, still standing for a little bit longer, but I think Prime Mizo will be able to take it down. And on the top lane, you can see Shane actually trying to defend that. Faden is out there along with the loser has to fall, but can they defend it will be the question. But this way, Untitled, they have lost so many turrets in this game, Debbie. How will they defend the next Lord, which is already on the map?
Man, they do have the courage with the Moscow, but the problem is that the Moscow isn't having a really, really great time, because it's always going to be the pressure coming out from the Lapu Lapu as well as the Kadita, much more onto the hands of the Kadita than the Lapu Lapu, because this Johan, they are trying to equalize on who to target, because they are giving the Moscow into the hands of Faden and the Yiv into the hands of the Lapu Lapu, and there's no way that they're going to be protected here when the dive is coming in. Only the Minion Fury is gonna be there to help them, but then again, it's still gonna be hard because there are 2 different targets that they are going for, and he's gonna be, there's gonna be choice for releases for Joker as well, who to save and who to let go. So it's kind of a funny situation as well. But yeah, we have to see the build, right? Because the War Axe is already built up onto the CC. Deadly is gonna be definitely doing the true damage as well. But one thing for sure is that if the Moskov tries to hide the box, then it's gonna be hurting himself, because the Blade Armor already built up as well, and Prime already for 4 damage builds down, so he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage as well as the creatures that is gonna be there, but another survivability, but top lane though.
Oh, Win taking in a lot of more damage, but the hard guard will be there to HP, chunk his HP down. Oh, wait, but the RW being used, but look at the backline. Deadly actually being able to take down Win, but they still do not have any more members to help them take down the rest of the Zohunt, as Faden will take down Joker as well, and that's gonna be the Lord still there, right? I mean, the waves are still crashing down. I think it's gonna be a bit clear, but again, there's another fight. There's another knock-up on the Sunshine, but he'll not survive. Prime is though sniping him down all the way from the downtown. As next on the chopping block will be Taki this time, getting taken down from the hands of Faden. That's what he does connect, but he will not commit to that. Deadly quit low. The waves are in the favor of Zohan as they take down the bot inhibitor, and they are making their way on the mid. As you can see, Deadly will also be next to Dayton taken down. Shane cannot survive all the damage as the loser has to fall. Will take him down. The base is next on the menu for Zohunt as they get a 2-1 score in their favor.
There was a lot of kill pressure coming out from Prime, coming out from Faden, and as well as a very good Joan coming from Lapu Lapu win, of course, and a lot of damage soaking coming out from Dusty, as well as the combination from the Angela here. What a good read coming out from Johan, able to outplay the kind of draft that Untitled ran for. What do you think about this, Jiwa?
We can say the draft, completely favored towards the side of Zohunt right now. I mean, see, there's the Angela and there's the Lapu Lapu altogether. Those two are already too much to deal with because of all the sustain and the heals that are gonna be coming. On top of that, you get a Basha as another front line while you get the Granger and the Kadita for the finishers, the burst heroes, which was too overwhelming for Team Untitled because their draft is mostly relied on to the mid to late phases of the game, and they were just not able to get the early game lead as well because of the lack of early game. And on top of that, they were choked down for almost all of the team fights and everything. So overall, I really liked the draft from Zohan, but Untitled as well. They were trying their best, but then again, they were not able to get the farm that was needed. If the game had gone a little bit more longer, then Moskov would have had the time to shine as well as the Yves as well.
True.
True indeed. And I think the Lapu Lapu was a bit too much for them to handle, right? And that kind of paid the dividends for Zohunt. And we have been talking why the Lapu Lapu was not banned, not picked, and this is the reason why I need to ban it out, right? You cannot give it freely to the other team, and if you have heroes like a Eve, and it's pretty immobile, right? And even with the Purify, you cannot get to reposition yourself, so the damage will come through. And even the Kadita was just too good for the side of Zohan, and they got two really good picks, and I think it's really hard to counter the draft for Untitled in this game, Debbie.
And I think they really did well. They really did the homework, and this is one of the downside for the best of 5 series as well. Because when you are going for the best of 5, you want to give away the game one to try to read out the composition and the game style of your opponent most of the time, and the experience level comes through when the games go to 5th games. So this time, I do not even blame Untitled, man. It was just a good game played out by the side of a team Johan.
Well, overall, the score is in the favor of Zohan right here. This might be the last match of this best of 5 altogether. But yeah, before we get on, I would like to pass on my mic to Debbie, and we'll welcome Mikey in our state as well. So I should be taking my leave. Debbie, do take over, do take the honors.
Okay, let's go into the drafting phase, guys, because we're gonna be having our new set of caster here. Sinyo is gonna be staying, of course, and Mikey, hello. Do you wanna say hi into the drafting phase at least? I don't know where he's gonna be going, but yeah,
He'll be there. He'll be there shortly. Don't worry. He's a bit shy, right? He's a shy guy. He'll be up soon. So while he does,
Yeah,
he's
right,
actually
guys.
yeah. He's here. He's here. Welcome.
Yeah, we're already
welcome.
in the we're already in the 4th round of the best of 5 series, and we can already see the draft going on. Hopefully, we'll see something new in the drafting phase for sure. But what we can see is new is that from the side of Untitled, they didn't ban a hero out this time. From the side of Zohan, they might focus on some particular heroes. I'd say going for assassin bans would be a good option for the side of Untitled, I believe. Chinju?
Yeah, I mean, I do think in the last game, banning out the Farsa, banning out the heroes, which was a problem, was a really good approach. But Untitled though, right? I think they should stick to what they're pretty comfortable with. I think when they are trying to go too much out of their element, it's not paying the dividend. They're trying to, go to the things that they can actually play with better. But I think once again, if they can actually counter out the draft for Zohan, that will give them much more better time in this game, because in the first game we did see, right, Debbie, when they pick the
Mhm.
counters, when they pick the heroes, which actually, is a kryptonite to the picks of Zohan. It kind of was a better way for them to win that game.
You know, is this a misban from Untitled actually? Or is it a picture we did not see? Because it's gonna be so crucial, man, to ban away a hero for Johan here this time around, because they are into the red side, and they're more, likely to ban out the Harris again, because they do not really want to give out Shane's Harris, or if they wanna put Prime on his comfort, that is the Harris again. Okay, we have two great Harris players in going against each other, but yeah, we'll never know, because the Eastern is always gonna be taking away the Uranus as well, like you already see, and yeah, I think there's a lot of choices here at this point, so what do you think Johan will ban out, Mikey?
Hmm. From set one title, they went for the Kimi and Yusen. After the revamp he got, he can deal extreme amount of damage from the mid game to late game, and he can be deadly. And I would say that's a pretty good ban. And still now, Kimi is a pretty good mid laner, in my opinion. She's better in mid lane compared to the gold lane. From set of Zohan, we can see they're focused on quite tanky heroes early on, but they also didn't forget the Farsa this time. And we can see the Uranus, Baksha, and Farsa getting banned out. Uh, I think Baksha banning out was a good decision for
Yeah.
the side of Zohan, because they can go for particular heroes which can focus on spell bump or lifesteal. I think that can be a good opening for them. But let's see what Untitled goes for right now. Kalia is still open. Do you think they will go for that?
I don't think so. The Kalia would be so prio. Maybe they want to opt for a hero which can actually give them a better time. Maybe even the Hayabusa does look a good option, but the Grandeur is one of a comfort pick for Shane right after the Harriet. I think the
Mm.
Grandeur also really worked well for him. But I do feel, if they had gone for a different pick in the first phase, it could have been better. But I do understand the fact that they do not want to give this hero freely to in the hands of Prime as well, right? Because we saw him in the last game and how impactful and how strong he was in that match. Is not a hero that you want to just see twice into his hands for sure, right, Debbie?
Yeah, definitely. And I think this does give out a lot of options for Johan too, to try to go for a better set of marksmen if they want. The Harriet's still out there, the Moskov is also there, but if they want to prioritize on Dusty's hero, they can literally go for the Freddy first pick again, which they did into the first two games, which was, yeah, one worked and one didn't. So we'll never know what they're going to be picking here at this point. The 5-star being banned means that they really want to go for a strong
Oh,
line. Backline. Okay, there we go. The Fredin being prioritized as well as the Hilda. Okay, this has to be a comfort, right, Mikey?
yeah, absolutely. Because I believe Hilda can be a dominating one in the EXP because of her regen capability, but she's not in the meta. So I believe they're going with the comfort pick over here. But Fredin can be something that can be a problematic thing because of the Breeze's strat in particular cases. The more damage he takes, the more he hits hard. But right now for the Siphon title, we can see that they've gone for Zushin and Xborg. Zushin is one of the most annoying mages right now that are available, and for the side of Xborg, I believe he's going to be a very good counter for both Hilda and Fredrin because of the true damage he can deal, and the burst damage he can deal uh, can actually be a good utility to secure the objectives like the turtle and the lord. What do you say, Shinjo?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the control abilities will be definitely playing the dividends. But I think the Kadita is still a good pick for Zohan, right? The Zushin, yes, she does have the skill set to provide a lot of CC, a lot of utility in this team fight. But Kadita can really burst her down because in her first kill, she's immune, right? She cannot be targeted pretty easily, so it's gonna be pretty good. But this time, I really like the Xbox. In the team fight objectives, I think the Xbox Last Insanity, like you mentioned, can do a lot more, and even for the tanky front line on the side of Team Zohan are actually opting for, they can pretty much get chunked down, shredded down with the true damage. But look at the bans, Devi. Two mages instantly banned from the side of one title.
Yeah, and it's very understandable that they have to ban away the Kadita, right? Because I'm pretty much sure that Johan could have won for the Kadita
Ooh.
when there was the Harris, but oh, look at the combination coming through. The Matilda is completely left open whilst the mazes were being banned away, so that's not gonna be a lot of options into the hands of Johan mid lane right now. But the thing is, they already have a high magic damage onto the Harris, so what kind of sustainability he can go for into the mid lane or whatever base he want to go for, it's still going to be working out because the Jushin against a Harris is not the best hero to go for. So I think that is also the reason why they directly went for it. But Untitled though, they do have to go for the last picks. They want their Rome and XP. What are your thoughts? What could they go for here, Mikey?
For the roamers right now, they should focus on crowd controls. They have barely any of it. They have the Zushin who can poke around, but when it comes to Granger and Xbox, they don't have any crowd controls. And okay, they went for the Minotaur and the Ruby. They got the crowd control from the Ruby and also a little bit of regen from the Minotaur. Minotaur with the Minoan Fury and Ruby with I Am Offended and her continuous spellvamp can be a good utility for sure in team fights. But still, for the side of Zohunt, I believe Hilda is gonna be locking on to Zushin or Ruby in particular cases, or even Granger with the power of wilderness. She can burst them down. She does have the capability, but let's see if that is the case, if they can utilize it or not. But finally, from the side of Zohant, we can see that they went for the Nana. We're going to see a lot of Molinas today, Shinju.
That's
Yeah, the Molinas are so nasty, right? Those in the team fights, you just want to go in, and if you do not have the immunity like the Xbox on the last Insanity and the Minotaur on that, Minion Fury, it's gonna be pretty difficult because the Ruby, she wants to go in, and once she get Molina, she not only gets this crowd control, but she also get a magic damage reduction. But Debbie, we go into this game, so we'll be coming back to you soon, right after this game get over. But this is going to be a really great point for this best of 5 series because both the teams they need to get the win. Zohunt, they need to, if they win, they get the series. Untitled, they cannot let Zohunt get a free win, right? So both the teams, this victory is going to be really crucial. So in the early game, you can see already the poke damage so superior from the side of Untitled, right? That is the power of the Zushin Mikey. So I think the annoyance will be always there, but do you think will they be able to get this objective control as swiftly as they're getting the early game, minion control in the midway?
I believe in the early game, Zohan will have a lot of advantage in this particular round because of the overall hero pool they have. But obviously, Untitled can poke around a bit because they have two particular heroes with crowd controls and heals. But still, I believe Zohan still has that upper hand in this particular situation. But let's see what they do. Already a bit of an invade coming out from Hilda over here, but I think she went in too aggressive. Flicker was wasted over here. You can see the Zushin poking around the Hilda.
Oh.
Hilda being in a bad position, but still managed to survive from that. I think that was a lot of an aggressive engage, but already an engage in the middle lane. First blood might come in, but that was a Nana after all. She survived, but her passive was used up over there. Chinju.
Yeah, and not only the passive, right? That's gonna be a really big resource that's not gonna be available for this little girl Faden is playing on. So again, you can see Vin being aggressive this time might be the demise of him as he does not have the flicker anymore, and it's gonna be Taki with the first blood onto him. So it's gonna be 1 kill already registered for the side of Team Untitled as the Turtle is next on the menu list for this team. So they're trying to zone the members out. You can see the Molina as well as the Molina split there to chunk the low members low, but it's gonna be Team Untitled still fighting it out. The Ruby's there trying to go for that, I'm offended, but the last Insanity as well as the Minion Fury will be there to knock the Fredrin up as they get not only the Fred in the Turtle as well. So Team Untitled, they get that lead. They bring back Family Problem. Taki with another kill. So this is going to be a 3-4-0 trade. Make it 4 actually in the favor of Untitled already in the second minute, actually the third minute of the game.
They completely destroyed my prediction over there because I was assuming Zohan will have the advantage because of the skills they have in their upper hand. But from the side of Untitled, they are utilizing the Zushin quite amazingly, and the Minotaur is staying up front as much as possible, or the overall skill combinations they have. Just when we saw the turtle fight over there, the Ruby engaging up with I Am Offended, Xborg with the Last Insanity, the overall damage they dealt together, the composition they had was spectacular and it worked out for them. Right now, another fight has broken down in the top lane's river. A lot of things going on. Turgan Eagle being brought up. Daki will be taken out by Win over here. Flicker being wasted by Shane, but was taken out by Win again. Double kill for him. But already he's trying to reach from the situation. Sunshine is in a very low HP. Most probably will be taken out, but it is Matilda was taken out instead. And with very bare minimum HP, Sunshine was able to survive. Shindu.
Yeah, good peel from Joker with that minion fury right at the right time, helping his carry to just live another day. So still a good news for Team Untitled. They did not lose too much. Yes, they did lose two vital members, but there's gonna be the taunt down to two members. Deadly still trying to poke him down, still trying to seize him up, but there's not gonna be any more follow up. The I'm Offended not gonna connect on to Prime this time, so it still survives. So once again, the next turtle will be up in about 10 seconds. So Team Untitled, they want to eye for this. They want to get it for themselves. But look at the position from when he wants to cut down the rotation. But again, Prime this time bit low. Zaman was already dropped. You can see the snipes not really connecting Shane, almost hitting him down, taking him to the grave. So this is gonna be again another contention on to the turtle. A neutral objective is already up. You can see there's gonna be this guy, the loser has to fall going in, taking in too much damage. Taki with the kill, and it's gonna be the circling eagle from Family Problem, but it's not gonna be any whale because they do not have the person with the retribution. So this is gonna be a free turtle going in the favor of Untitled, Mikey.
Absolutely. I must say, from side of Untitled, they are keeping their mage as safe as possible, and Daki is utilizing her skills as much as possible because we're seeing in every team fight when they initiate, she's focusing on the damage dealers and continuously holding on to them. Prime Mizo might be taken out, but was able to survive with the Purify being brought up. A Praises Rat over here, and Shane was taken out in the process. But again, a lot of damage coming out from the Zushin, and from the side of Zohunt, they are trying to keep up a bit of distance, and Untitled is being as aggressive as possible because they can do that. They have a healer up in their hand, they have continuous crowd controls, but I think Fredrin might have gone up a bit aggressive and should retreat, and that is what they'll do. Shindu.
Yeah, I think Fredrin really needs to farm it up because he's 2 level below to his counterpart. That's gonna be the Xborg is already level 10, so it's gonna be a lot of problem when it comes down to the neutral objective takes, right? Already 2 has been secured by again on the mid lane. You can see Deadly this time taking a lot of damage, still survives with the help of the sustain that he has. Those members gonna be brought back. The Zaman force being dropped, but so far nobody has been taken down. They're going for a disengage, and both the teams do not want to continue it further out. But you can see Wen already low on the bot lane. He will be trying to recall it out, but Daki might be able to spawn him out. Yes, she does, and she's trying to get that lantern flare onto him. Will be brought back, but still trying to run for the hills. Joker taking a bit of poke, but will be going back. But once again, I think this time Untitled, they do have the tempo as well as the map control, right? As you can see, they're getting so much on the map for free, and Prime this time getting a bit of farm, but he will not go for the push. So still so far, Untitled, they are in the lead of the objective takes, even for the turret takes down, and the goal lead is also slightly favoring them so far. But again, on the mid lane here, Mikey, they wanted to go for another contest, it seems so.
Yeah, already a fight has broken out over here. Joker has been pretty low. Will retreat from that for sure. Daki being aggressive again. You can see Nana goes in with the damage. Chain was taken out by Matilda in the process. Minion Fury being brought up. Deadly trying to retreat from the situation. Joker was taken out by Nana already. The Purify was used up by Mizo, but we can see that Daki is going quite aggressive, going against the Harith over here, but Harith managed to survive. It was a 1v4 situation, and that was a good decision to retreat. But Xborg was taken over when the damage of Hilda is too much. She did use up her Power of Wilderness, and we can see the Thermal Eagle being used up by Matilda, and we can see that Daki is in low. A Praises Rat, but Family Problem might be taken out, but no, he managed to survive as well. Both Daki and Family Prop was in low, but no kills was taken in that process. Very crucial engage coming out from Matilda over there.
Yeah, those low HP targets that you cannot take down really frustrates you, and it's gonna be adding to the mental of these players, and they need to be also pretty much level-headed in this game. They need to really show their character if they want to pursue this win. But this time, Untitled, they do have the pressure onto their side. As you can see, Shane getting a bigger damage from Win. He wants to go in with the power of the wilderness, but it's going to be actually a turn around. The flicker being baited out from Win. He still survives. There's going to be the last Insanity, not really connecting because the mobility is too high on this Hilda. So she still survives, but hey, it's going to be a lot of resources being put down. But then on the top end, it's going to be, Armament Force already being dropped along with a lot of damage. You can see this, the members being brought back, but Deadly still survives, still out there actually. Taki this time getting a bit of taunt as well as the poke, but the damage from Faden will be enough to take him down as Deadly is all by himself. The rest of the members are actually making the rotation to help him out, but it's gonna be a 4v4 situation. The Win on the Hilda is trying to make it out, but I Am Offended will not connect. You can see still a lot of HP being taken down from this Ruby. She's still trying, wants to fight, but on the mid lane, it's gonna be a 2v1 situation, but on the top lane, it's gonna be Deadly actually taken down. Win still survives just to be a distraction on the map, so that this team can take down Deadly. But with just 20 seconds on the timer, it's gonna be the Lord being actually up, and I think both the teams will have full members up. But so far it's gonna be pretty much an equal fight out here. Mikey, seems like the lead side of Team Untitled had kind of gone.
Yeah, that's what you can see. The early game that we saw was that from side of Untitled, Daki was the one who was continuously providing the crowd controls. Daki and Minotaur, both of them were doing good combinations, but afterwards when Zohunt got a hold of it, that it's the mage that's being the main problem over here. They're locking on to Daki continuously, and it's working out for them. They continuously engaged on Zushin twice, and they won those fights, and they were able to equalize the situation, and now they are in a goal advantage for sure. We can see that both of the teams are poking around, but they're not committing to a fight yet, but they might engage at any moment. Already I Am Offended being used up by Ruby, but I don't think that should have been used up over there. She could have kept it at hand when the fight has broken out. Chindu, but what do you think? Who has the higher possibility for taking the Lord?
If you ask me, right, it's gonna be definitely Team Untitled. They have a better fight capability, team fight engaged. But again, on both the mid and the Lord pit, it's gonna be a lot of skills being burned up. It's gonna be Ducky just burning up that Crimson Beacon. She would not have it yet, but the Lantern Flare is still gonna be up. Prime Wizard does not have the Salmon Force anytime soon, but again, it's gonna be Family Problem taking a bit of poke, being brought back to the map. It's taking a lot of damage. She still has the Flicker, did not burn it yet. You can see the loser has to fall, wants to go in, but it's not going to be to any avail because Deadly is going to zone him out. But again, on the mid lane, it's going to be actually Prime not taking too much, but it's going to be actually, Shane taking in the turret, but it's going to see the Diamond Force as well as the Minion Fury going in from Joker as the Molina is actually going to be needed out from this Nana. The blessing is not going to be onto him anymore. We can see the Fredin trying to be the front line, taking a lot of damage. There's going to be another knock-up. There's that Praises Strat. The Immortality will be getting taken down. The Circling Eagle is out there, but Wayne trying to go in, but it's not going to be any avail because Prime Meso will be taking two members down. The Sunshine as well as Daki already taken down as Zohunt. They're suddenly in the lead as they want to take this Lord, but Win does not want to end it out there. Yes, he is sustaining all that team fight, but his teammates are not there to give the damage so far. But right now, the Holy Crystal in the hands of Prime Mizo is gonna hurt even more here, Mikey.
Yeah, for sure, it is doing so, but we can see that Ranger will be taken out. Shane got locked by Win so many times this round. I am just seeing the Hilda going in, just logging into the Granger and just, putting an end to him. The Lord went to the side of Zohunt for now, and I believe they can utilize it quite effectively. The tier 2s will be the primary targets, maybe even the inhibitors if possible. But again, I must say, from the side of Zohunt, they found out who was the main problem, locked onto it, doing the perfect initiations, and they have a goal lead of 4,000 goals in about 12.5 minutes of a match, and that is gonna hit hard for sure. Because right now we can see that in team fights, Untitleds are having issues sustaining in fights. The overall engage coming out from Zohunt is aggressive because they can continuously stay in the fights, and when it comes to the damage outputs, we can see that Nana and Harriet, both of them are able to deal up a lot of damage right now. They have a few items built up most probably, and in team fights, they have good front laners. The I'm offended on 3. Minnow and Fury being used up. Red Red will be taken out by Shane for sure. Faden is trying to retreat. Matilda will retreat along with the teammates, but we can see that Win is being locked up over here. But with the help of Matilda, we can see that from the side of Zohan they are going to retreat, but it is Ruby after all. I'm offended being used up again. Prime Mizo taking up a bit of damage but surviving. Another engage coming out from Matilda. Second Eagle being brought up, but will this fight initiation be worth it for Zohan or not? Shinryu, what do you think?
Oh, it's gonna be not so much worth it, but this Shane is gonna say something else because he will be able to take down Family Problem as 2-man already being taken down. Prime is all by himself, but it's gonna be a good news or not. It's gonna be not many more contest a question because he will also follow next, right as they are brawling through the mid lane untitled. They do not want to extend any more apart from this, mid lane waves that they have. They want to look for an end. They want to look for some inhibitors out there. As you can see, Win trying to go in with a lot of sustain, but the waves will be cleared out, so Untitled will not be able to push it out. The snipes connecting, but the HP bar is still not low enough, but the Lord is still 50 seconds away. He was saying that, the side of Team Zohunt, they can actually out-sustain the team fights, right? That's actually really true. Then that's their winning condition, right? They want to out-sustain this team fights, right? As much as they want, and even their damage scaling is pretty high, but once again you can see Taki chunked low when trying to be the front line, but the waves are crashing in from the bot and the top lane. Untitled, they need to clear it out before they take another fight here, Mikey.
I think the last fight that Zohunt went in, I think they could have avoided that. Since they got the Lord, they had a bit of an advantage over there. They didn't have to go up for a fight and lose up a few teammates over there. But that's the reason why the gold is quite equalized right now. If they didn't, then they still would have had a good bit of a gold advantage. Right now, it's not that much, and I would say they are on an equalized situation unless we're looking onto the turrets where Zohunt is secure. About 6 turrets over there. They also got the inhibitor in the top lane. And when it comes to Untitled, they only went for the tier 3s and also the mid lane's tier 2. So the lane advantage is for the side of Zohan, but the gold is equalized. Another engage coming out. Daki in low, but still survived over there quite amazingly for sure. Joker was taken out by Wen, but we can see that the initiation was a success for the side of Zohan because they took out the main front laner of an Untitled. So right now the Lord is going to be quite easy for them.
Definitely so, and as you can see, Deadly trying to go in with the sustain he has, but the Zaman Force already dropped. So Xbox trying to go in to sustain the team fight. The Flicker already being used from Deadly. He would not have that available for this fight anymore. But it's gonna be the Lord, I think, have to be given to the side of Team Zohan. They do not have any more toolkits to actually go in. They do not have Joker. They do have Deadly actually with the HP bar back up, but it's gonna be, so you can see, trying to go in for the zoning is Win, but the last insanity already being used. But look at the backline, it's gonna be really low HP. Prime actually taking Joker down, the Immortality being taken down as well, and Sunshine might not be shining anymore because the light have been dim. As Team Zohan, they say that this is our territory and the darkness is something that you shall see, as they're trying to brawl in onto the mid lane on the members of Team Untitled, as they do not want them anywhere near this Lord, as they still have the aggro. Without a jungler, it seems grim for Team Untitled to contest for this Lord, but Joker is still going in. Nevertheless, he does have the Minion Fury. Is going on to knock over 3, but the Retribution will help Team Zohan secure it, and they're trying for an all-out Hail Mary, and Taki will be the first being taken down, as next on the chopping block is going to be Joker. Still survives, gets the dash from the Cyclone Eye, but how long can he survive is the question. You can see Prime trying to chase him out. Deadly is going to be up. 2-man, I am offended, but it's not going to be enough damage to take anybody down. Yes, they do have Shane, but he's too far away, as he's trying to farm up the jungle as he can before the Lord comes crashing down from the top lane. But will it be to any avail? Because you can see, even the frontliner are not being able to sustain the damage that is coming out from Zohan. So I think the gold lead is definitely hurting at this point here, Mikey.
Yeah, for sure. And I must say, from the side of Zohan, the Hilda is actually working out for them quite amazingly, because Hilda is able to go in and log on to Granger and Zushin continuously, and that is being a bit of a problem for Untitled, because those are their core damage dealers, and when they are taken out, they don't have very much to do at that point. And I believe Zohunt is trying to do that, but for the time being, Untitled is trying to defend the Lord. already from side of Zohan. They did secure the mid lane tier 2 and they are gonna try for the inhibitor, but I don't think they'll be able to go for that. Right now, the minion pressure is quite a bit for the side of Untitled, but they'll be able to defend it. They have a bit of damage at their hand, but for the side of Zohan, they'll have to wait a bit. They'll have to see what they can do. Maybe the next Lord or another ambush, but Untitled still has a chance to do a comeback in this situation. They do have the damage. Like just look at Zushin and Granger, and also the Xborg. They can pile up a lot of damage, but the problem is for the side of Zohan, they have a Matilda who is pretty good at evading situations along with her teammates. So that's a bit of a problem, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem, right? Because even if they have the skills, they have the tool necessary to take that team fights, but the layering has not been done properly so far. You can see Joker really giving good set 3-man, 4-man sets, but the follow up and not being there on the right time, and it's being a problem for Untitled. They did have the lead in the early game, but slowly from the mid to late game, they're kind of not getting the same space anymore, the same kind of situation anymore. And I think Zohan have been able to read it out pretty well, so that's why they're kind of scattered in the team fight, because they do not want 3-4 man I'm offended or 3-4 man Minion Fury to be given freely to the side of Untitled, because if they can connect the skills properly, it's going to be pretty difficult to get out of that chain CC, because the damage is true from this Xbox, right? The true damage will be hitting really hard, but again, you can see the damage from this Harith has been scaled so high that even Joker cannot sustain it, and the HP bars just get chunked down to 70 to 50% instantaneously, even while they're trying to go for the pace check for this bushes. And 5 seconds away from this Lord, Zohan, they still have that positioning and as well as the control completely in their favor around this Lord pit. And Shane not being in those team fights is being a problem. He's going for the split push, but at this point I think his team needs him in this team fight for the damage output. But again, on the mid lane, there's going to be another fight breaking out. Darky being the one to actually being marked, and it's going to be Prime to take him down. The Minion Fury there, but not really connecting onto anyone. You can see the loser has to fall, trying to go for the knock. Not the knock, but the taunt, but he'll not get it onto anyone. But again, it's going to be one-man deficit for the side of Untitled, so they might not want to contest this anymore, but they say that they want to fight against the odds. As you can see, they're trying to go in. It's going to be Molina's Blessing being taken down. Again, the Zaman Force being dropped, and Harriet doing a lot of damage. Xbox is trying to sustain the damage along with Deadly. They're trying to CC the members, but it's going to be the Immortality lost onto the this Minotaur, but again, on the other side, it's going to be Shane being taken down despite using the flicker, but it's going to be an offended flicker play. The last insanity out there, but Nedley not really surviving. Prime Mizo is too strong at this point as the side of Zohunt are knocking inside the bases of Untitled, trying to claim this victory. Not only trying, they're saying this victory is ours. You give it to us, as they get this round cleared and they move to the next one here, Mikey.
Absolutely. I believe there was a very problem situation for the goal lane because Granger was continuously being locked up. He was being locked on by Hilda in most cases. Besides that, from side of Zohunt, we could see that they initiated in a very good manner. But when it comes to Untitled, we could see that Daki had some issues. She was, going in, dealing a lot of damage, but she didn't get enough follow-ups, I'd say. Minotaur, same thing. The overallization he did, the setups he created with the Minion Fury were amazing, but the overall follow-ups that needed to be around was not there. Because if you think about it, a Minotaur going in with the Minion Fury, the Zushin dealing the continuous damage, and the Xborg going in with the last insanity, the overall damage output that can generate is intense. But when it comes to the side of Daunt, we can see that they had the Matilda at their hand, which helped them out to retreat from situations. And they had intense damage output from Harith and Nana. And another thing that I focus on is that there were a couple of situations where they locked onto Nana, used up their skills, and that all went to a waste because of Nana's blessing. The passive actually saved her and just wasted the skill for the other team.
Yeah, and I would love to hear from Debbie. Do you think Debbie Was the draft the problem in this game, or was it the execution that actually not really going in the favor of Untitled and in the last 3 matches?
I don't think it's really the problem under the draft in you because it's more of the execution part, right? Because into the early game, Daiki was performing so well against Fade into the mid side, and yeah, you never know what you're gonna be getting against Nana, right? He just looks so harmless, and then you gotta deal with a lot of damage. But I think most of the time the problem has to be the Matilda because even when there was a lot of set coming out from Joker onto the Minotaur, it's more of a what do I say? A distraction. It's more of a self peel most of the time. So I don't think, yeah, I don't think it was a draft problem. It's more of a bad execution coming out from the side of Untitled and more of a forced error coming out from Zohunt. Yeah, but they did perform well, and I think they're gonna be the one moving forward onto the next round. Unfortunately for Untitled, they weren't able to beat the game. A 3-1 was actually my prediction in favor of Johan, right? So, yeah, first game was a freak for them, and Untitled, they did really perform well. And this will not be the end for them because I feel like this is, we have still more to come for them, but their journey might be the end because Johan will be moving forward into the next round. But we do still have one more match today, guys. After 15 minutes, we'll be coming back with another round 1 lower brackets knockout stage, and it's going to be between IGN and Maaf. And stay tuned for that, and we'll be coming back for the next match.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No, it's Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ही ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone. No, it's a decoy!
Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No! It's a decoy!
After the thrilling battle against Zohunt versus Untitled, we found our, you can say, the first lower bracket semi-finalist. That is Zohunt beating Untitled and taking them out from, okay, you can say making them out from the tournament that is Mythic Showdown Season 1. Yes, guys, back into the banger once again. Second match in the lower bracket quarterfinals. We have today IGN versus Maaf Sports. And with me, I'm your host, STZ, and two casters, two phenomenal talents will be joining with me. In my right side is none than Asuya, and my left side is none than Itami. Hello, Itami. How you doing?
Hello, Ash, and hello, Asuya. Finally being back onto the Mythic Showdown once again, and like you said, it is the lower bracket. So a do or die actually for IGN as well as Team Maaf, because from the upper brackets they have fallen down onto the lower, and whichever team who will be able to pull up onto this BO5, they will be qualifying for the lower bracket semifinals, and whichever team this time whichever team that loses will be eliminated from the tournament. So a lot of things are going to be onto the stakes. The competition as well as the pressure will definitely be there compared to the previous stage, because mostly it is onto once we see the Swiss stage round, on once the upper as well as the lower bracket things start, it is mostly the lower brackets team who come up with a comeback. So will we be actually seeing that same kind of a scenario, or will we not? That will be one of the questions right here.
For real, because the lower bracket does get a lot of matches to play, a lot of matches to grind. So when they comes to the finals, they've already done the practice, and the finalists, I mean, who easily went to that with the upper bracket finals and all those things, it's just resting over there. And then this team with all the struggles comes up and makes things good and take on the victory, take on the championship and everything into their hand. But right now, Itami just said that whoever loses, there will be straight knockout. That means in Rahul Gandhi's language, we're going to say that khatam, tata, bye bye. By the way, another talent, Asuya, being here. Hello, Asuya. How you doing?
Hello, Ash. Hello, Itami. Hello, everyone. I'm doing okay. And I'm just hoping that the match ends soon, honestly, because I'm kind of sleepy. And it is already 9:30. And of course, our streamer wants the same because he's been sitting around since so long. And yeah, that's it. At the same time, I'm kind of sad because I really wanted to see Daku Sena versus Daki Sena, but unfortunately, that won't be happening.
That was cool. Daku Sena versus Daki Sena, but sadly, Daki Sena has already got knocked out. So what we can say on that, they're not anymore into this tournament. But you know what? UT has done a lot of things in this tournament. I mean, they first got eliminated, then they got the chance by the favor of God Anarchy. Okay, I told God Anarchy because Anarchy was the one who just, forfeit themselves from the tournament just because of some issues. And then that slot was totally open. They fought for a trio series against with Rayuga and Special Grade. Then they won that series against them, and they come into the league. They need to fight with the territory holder. That's obviously Tartarus. Then they lost to them, and then they were here today. Sadly, the Mizo Primes were today I mean, they were the wounded lions. They already, defeated in a land. So obviously today they just take on to that revenge onto Untitled, and Untitled got washed away from the tournament. But it's okay. Let's see who will be getting washed away today in the second game. IGN or Maaf? Quick. Guess, Itami. I think you haven't given your prediction this time. Okay, none of our prediction has been taken in this match. But what do you feel?
If I was to be honest, like IGN, we have already seen like for quite a while. They are a veteran squad, but right now, when you spoke of the LAN with Zohunt, as well, it was Team Maaf as well who participated onto the tournament, and I think it was Team Maaf who got the third position. So it is safe to say that they have been quite consistent onto the scene, and one of their key players right now is your mom onto the EXP lane. So I think Maaf has a little bit better of a chance compared to Team IGN because they have been, recently they played onto the LAN as well. IGN, I do agree, like they are one of the best teams, but in terms of consistency, they have been inconsistently consistent or consistently it is inconsistently consistent for me. So I actually would hope IGN does prove me wrong though.
This is why we say that esports divided into three parts: dedication, consistency, discipline. And if you lose any of the three parts, single one, if dedication will be gone, you'll lose the match. If discipline will be gone, you will lose the match. If consistency will be gone, you'll lose the match. So you need these three tracks for yourself to take on the victory, to take on the game. By the way, talking about your mom, the boy who just raised the standard of Uranus pick before Uranus was in the meta, but right now it's in the meta. So today it will be your mom versus my star boy Mirio. Okay, I call him star boy because he literally changes the whole scene when IGN, in a very danger position. He literally took off the, everything into his hand, just like Aaron the creator. So today, lot of names, lot of, you can say, big names of our Indian esports community gonna have the fight with each other. Asuya, what do you feel? Just like Itami told, Maaf will have that upper hand. Do you think the same, or you think that no, it's IGN, the veteran?
I would vouch for Maaf, and I hope they end the game soon.
Okay.
I'm just being short and precise today. I'm really sorry because I don't have any lengthy stuff to say. I'm just waiting for the match to start.
Yeah, obviously, because we're gonna see the draft, and that is the obvious thing because it's gonna represent everything. Our doubts will be cleared just by seeing it, because whoever have the, best draft for themselves, winning draft for themselves, they're gonna take on the game number one. This is a BO5 series, so you have to take on 3 games for your name to clean up this, series for yourself and to move forward toward the lower bracket semifinals, where you're gonna fight with some giants as well, because there is a single match is left in the upper bracket, Itami. That is Tartarus versus LCF. We had seen it previously
Yeah,
on this in this previous Sunday, if you remember, when that
definitely.
nail pitting series just got happened. Upper bracket finals, Tartarus went to the grand finale. Then a little bit of push happened for the LCF. They went to the finals. Then they just fought it, and they take on the series with the nail biting last game decider. So tomorrow match, I think tomorrow is the upper bracket semi-finals gonna happen. That will be a fun thing to watch. But now we're gonna have this IGN versus Maaf. The squad is ready, the lineup is ready, draft is on, guys. IGN got the first pick. Maaf will be into the red side. The first ban. What do you feel, Matilda or Uranus?
Uranus can, yeah, actually be a priority as well, but the fact Baksha can be open for either of the side would have been quite a problem because he can be coming up as a flex pick. So Maaf as well as IGN, they like picking out the Baksha, but Zozen, even if I do consider him like he has been quite consistent onto the tournament scene, but his Roma hero pool is kind of limited for me. Like he likes to prioritize the Gatot Kacha quite much, so he can actually do that onto this game as well. So they are banning out the Baksha. Maaf, they are known out for their versatility. So Baxia ban is quite valid, and as you were expecting, like it is Team Maaf who are banning the Uranus by themselves. They are quite aware of the fact that if they just leave out the Uranus, it is IGN who has the first pick advantage, and they will be trying to prioritize the Uranus as soon as possible.
Obviously, and you know what I mean. The Ishanshin ban was needed right now. It's kind of very much. I mean, you can say important in the new draft because he's the only double S tier in the jungle section. And whenever he got picked, I don't think that there is much counter for him other than in the mid lane if you're gonna pick up Vexana, or something like CC to counter him. But still, he can manage to dash you out with the first skill. Now Maaf going for the Uranus ban. They knows that even Starboy Mirio knows how to take on the Uranus pick into his hand. So they got the first pick as well. Don't want to give them the advantage of Uranus because it's in the meta. So any hand it will go, it can be shine. So it will be shine. So the fact is, second ban will be a Matilda, which I was referring in the first ban from IGN, which not gonna use the Fasa because IGN is banning the Fasa. That means Kimi, a possible Kimi picks is about to come, Asuya.
Well, can be possible because I think even Lapu Lapu is open, so it can be either of these two, or maybe they just choke down, just like Itami said. I've seen Chosen play the Gatot Kacha too many times, so maybe just banning that away, choking that option for Chosen can also be an option. Let's just see what happens because even banning down the Granger can be a good option because Aaron just slays on that hero, I would say.
Yeah, out of all the possibilities, they went for a Kalea ban. Doesn't want that Zozen to give them the hindrance. But right now, Gatotkacha being open, Granger being open, Kimi being open, Lapu Lapu, lot of heroes which can be picked up in this match are open right now. And Kimi is the possible pick, which I was suggesting will be taken on by IGN side, which with the Kimi right now, Maaf will be going for that Selena or maybe for the defensive Aurora, which we haven't seen a long time, but we can see it. But mainly, I feel like Selena can come here, or maybe they can go with, Eve as well. But as the stationary thing, Eve is not suitable in this draft. So, what do you feel? Who will be in the mid lane, Itami?
Mid lane, yeah, against that Kimi, there are actually a lot of picks, so I guess they will be taking some time. But okay, which has already, it's not which actually, it is Duba, not Duba, I'm so sorry, it is Senju who is the mid laner for the side of Team Muff, and he has decided to go out for the Jushin quite earlier on because one thing is respect. He likes picking out the Hayabusa and the Suyo. Against a Suyo, the Jushin works, and against Haya, she might be struggling a bit. But the draft, like the jungler priority, is mostly off to the fighter jungler. So mobility, lack of mobility, will definitely be there, and Jushin can be working out in this kind of scenario.
For real, for real. It's a beautiful mage against utility junglers. But out of that Jushin pick, if you're gonna talk about the Gatotkacha, which I was talking for Zozen, I mean he could have been a great possibilities with that Gatotkacha. His main, you can say, his comfort pick. So they just take it away from him for themselves. But now the Gatotkacha into the Roam or EXP will be answered soon. But before that, Aaron the creator played that Granger Irithel in the previous 2 seasons, but now this third season of my casting, I can say, because this is my, I've been casting since 3 seasons. So this third season, I've been seeing him lot into the 1-1 thing. And as Asuya in the last game, I remember I was casting with her. She mentioned it that she not been seeing that 1-1 picks in the tournament scenario. Now it's here. Asuya, you want to say something on it?
I'm just happy she's back into the tournament. And yeah, we even see her getting banned in rank quite often, so can't even play her in the rank. But then again, you did not choke away the option for the Phobius. So I think he will be having a great time because he is so tanky. He's such a good EX player in itself. Like the way he can zone people away, although he will be diving in quite hard. So right now, if you do see Mouse dropped, Like they have two diamonds, they will be diving in completely. So the mage, which is Zushin, who really needs to be in the front a bit more to provide that continuous CC. So Maaf's dropped kind of stuck together and they can protect each other for now. Let's just see how they fill out those gaps with the marksman and the jungle.
Yeah, maybe it can happen, but that respect ban that is a Fanny will be done. But how can you just live that Harith? Dubai is there. He can go for the Harith, easy Harith for him as well as, I mean, you know what? A Phobia has already been selected down. Harith will be a, I mean, cherry on top of the cake. And against a 1-1, it can works. It can be a possible, I mean, potential pick. But they went for the Hayabusa ban rather than going for the Harith. Itami, do you think it is, I mean, good, or it gonna hamper them? It gonna affect them in the late game?
I think, banning out the Hayabusa quite like right now, they had like they IGN probably have the strategy to be drafting out quite squishies for the side because Kimi as well as 1-1, if they are taken out from the back line, they are quite vulnerable, and it's only the Hylos who could actually protect them. So Hylos EXP right now, it's not actually a thing, and I do think it is going to be Zozen onto the Hylos. He can initiate the team fights, but the problem is he is not the playmaker for the side. They will be waiting for either Witch to connect onto his ultimate, or maybe Aaron the Creator to get his passive stacks as soon as possible to get the ultimate crossbow tanks to be landing out. But 1-1 being here, she is completely dependent upon the itemization. Once the Trinity is done, her mobility is high, but the problem is she will be facing up against a Phobius. Oh, situational kind of a pick, but apparently it is an assassin coming up from the side, a Ling. But the problem is there is a Phobius onto your opponent, and you're relying too much onto your mobility. Is that actually a good answer?
Oh, I don't know about the answer, but both these sides have someone who can just hinder the mobility. Clue is there, Hylos is there, they went for the Lancelot. Jushin is there, Phobos is there, they went for the Ling. That means this is a challenging draft rather than, you can say, a mirror draft, or you can say, I mean, comfort draft. This is more like a challenging draft. They are challenging themselves with the counters, against the counters. And we all know that Ling will be an effective pick for the, I mean, to take on the objectives more than the kills. So maybe that's the reason Respect went for it. But let's see how it goes for both these sides. Even though Lapu is a great contender right nowadays against a Phobius, even though Phobius is a counter of Lapu dashes, still Lapu shines. But nobody just I mean, everybody just neglected that Lapu. But right now, into the game number 1, Mythic Showdown, first game of the BO5 series between IGN versus Maaf Esports. With this, I want the casters to take on the game.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you for giving it away. And right now, all I can see in the draft is that Kimi will be facing a lot of situations. Same goes for the 1-1. A lot of interruptions for them. And sealing the deal with a Lancelot, I think Kimi is gonna suffer, especially towards the late game. She's really gonna be vulnerable. And Maaf needs to make sure that they can provide the flanks to Lancelot. Although he is a hero who can find such things on his own. But at the same time, the same goes for the Zushin. She will be having quite a hard time against the Lynx since she only has that ultimate for the mobility, also has the flicker, but cooldown also exists. At the same time, like we can already see them contending for the lethal, and Ling already grabbing onto it with it. Nothing much is happening. The early coming in from Witch will be quite troublesome to deal with.
But still, Senju didn't bait it out his flicker. So yeah, it's just the pokes right now, and looks like they will be trying to get the level 4 mark as soon as possible. Okay, Aaron was the one who actually got the hold onto the gold grab. Onto the gold lane, the last hit priority is really high. Like whoever gets that last hit will be having quite an advantage on the gold as well as onto the itemization. So Aaron securing that grab will be coming up quite crucial onto the early game as well. And both of them, they are trying to find those trades, but looks like they will be trying to, instead of finding trades, they will be trying to secure as much objectives as much as possible as well. The turtle about to be spawned, I guess, both of the teams, they will try to contest it.
Yep, definitely. But we can already see Respect trying to look some kills onto Shenzhou because, of course, Zushin is one of those heroes who is really annoying right from level 1. A lot of CC onto her
Oh,
hands.
Duba, as well as PD just goes down onto the process. That will be a 2 for 0 for the side of Team IGN quite earlier on. They did got some of an advantage, but Godspeed is still there with the Lancelot. Comes up with the poke. Oh, the Tempest Blades is also there from the Ling as well. And it will be Godspeed
Oh,
actually was able to secure the turtle. He just goes in and Respect goes down onto the process. This is why the Phobius is definitely quite a nuisance against that kind of mobility heroes. Your mom goes down onto the process too, but it will be Team Maaf who just got the turtle. It is still Team IGN who got three trades, but the jungler still has the turtle shield.
it's still going on and about. Mirio coming all the way from the bot, taking up that exchange against the Soviets. So I really love both these EXP picks because Glue can literally, disorganize and retard all the game. Like everything which you want to do, he's just so annoying with that spammable skill he has. At the same time, Duba, he had good intentions coming all the way from the top lane to provide some help towards the turtle, but being a Claude, maybe farming and getting those Trinity before you can actually join those team fights as soon as possible can be a better option for them. At the same time, it's just being there, providing yourself to get taken away so early into the game.
There are some engages once again going around, which uses his ultimate. The glorious pathway has been used out as well in order to retreat. Apparently, it is only Josen who just goes back, and Glue trying to get a kill onto Senju as well. But okay, Senju will be able to go back somehow. Gatot comes up with the taunts, and Mirio is the only member remaining onto three people. He just uses his ultimate in order to escape. Escapes are done, but ultimates were still baited out, so it won't be any much trades going around, and they just decided to retreat it out.
I mean, this is what I said when I said that Kimmy will be facing a hard time against the Lancelot because she has mobility when she can attack, but then not enough mobility to dodge away from a good Lancelot. And we can already see that Godspeed, he is doing good when it comes to the retributions. He has the goal and he knows whom to prioritize. And locking down Kimmy, especially because she can be absolute menace in the late game. So his priorities are set straight. At the same time, Mirio doing the better job zoning away everyone.
Yeah, Josin just goes in with the glorious pathway as well, but still he doesn't have any follow-up. Your mom onto the back, and this time it will be Mirio actually securing the turtle for the side of Team IGN. He gets a kill onto Godspeed as well. They still are engaging. This time Aaron the Creator has the crossbow of tank. He will be using it, and Your Mom goes down onto the process. It will be a double for Aaron the Creator, and looks like Respect will be dying for that overextension, but still IGN are able to find 3-for-1 lead.
Duba not having the best time of his life, 2 deaths, and feeding a marksman like Aaron, who already is known for changing the tide of the battle. Like when IGN might be losing, he just joins in and somehow makes it work. And giving such a guy so much gold. I mean, just look at him. Level 7 already, 3 kills onto his hands. He's doing a great job, and that's what you really want your MM to do. Farm up as soon as possible.
Definitely, and as soon as long as he doesn't get taken down, it's actually a good sign for the side of Team IGN. And what Maaf needs to do right now is they will be trying to mark the hyper carry, which is Aaron the Creator right now. Like you said, he has a goal advantage, and comparing two of the gold laners, Duva has already fallen down twice. So Claude, in terms of objectives, he is good, but when it comes to the team fights, I guess it will be the one who will be having more of an advantage.
And definitely she will be. I mean, already the macro is in the hands of Team IGN, and even though Respect is not doing good, Aaron, as well as the rest of the team, especially Mirio, just fills up for him. I mean, just look at him, the way he's zoning away the jungler, the way he's always on the back of Shenzhou, and not even getting a time for the breather.
Oh, there is the engage, which is able to get a kill onto PT, and the rumor has been fallen down. Looks like the engages won't be there. A blazing duet coming up in order to clear the lane. Aaron is also taking up some damage. Oh, Juba just goes back down right on time. else he would have been taken down with the crossbow tank. But looks like they will be trying to secure that objective. Duba just forced to go back, and Aaron the Creator will be able to secure that tower somehow. The third turtle spawning, and looks like it is Team Maaf trying to contest it out, but Meteor trying to do the zoning as well. And there is the flicker play coming up from him. The backlines have been diving out, and the turtle still being contested. Godspeed trying to secure the retribution, and it will be Witch actually who is able to take the turtle. Tempest Place comes up, as well as the AOG gets cancelled out, but he is able to land it out. Zozen goes down for that overextension. PD goes down onto the process as well, but IGN have bought enough time. It is the mid laner who got the kill. Oh my goodness, Aaron the Creator from the backside is able to take down Senju, and that is a really good trade for the side of Team IGN too, as well as the turtle.
4K gold laid in the hands of Team IGN. They are doing amazing when it comes to the macro. Already 3 turrets taken away from all 3 lanes. And just look at the 1-1. Already with 3 core items, she's quite hurting quite a lot. And like she has the highest gold among all the members in that battlefield. At the same time, okay.
Oh, there is the crossbow tank as well. Your mom is really quite deep, and he just goes down onto the process. You know, Aaron's ultimate was baited, but still it is okay because it was only him onto the Shensu just goes back, and this time Aaron doesn't have his inspire, so he was not able to land enough hits to take him down. But looks like he will be trying to cancel out the recall. Look at him being a nuisance onto that 1-1. Definitely a go-to pick for Aaron the Creator, and that 1-1 is working out wonders.
Her gold just keeps increasing. There is nothing which can hold her down at this point. And I do see the Phobius trying to make some amends, trying to do something for them, especially near that turtle fight. He just grabbed onto 3 people. But then again, there is Mirio, always locking down the Lancelot, always locking down Shenzu, 2 of the people you really need in those team fights, especially if you need the early. Because of course, Zushin is an early game mate. So, like, if you do not have your jungler, he's getting zoned away so hard. Pretty easy for Aaron as well as the Kimi to dish out all the damage in the world. They have all the space they really need to do anything they want. And of course, with the goal lead, Aaron is packing punches right now. So maybe trying to shut down Aaron can be a possible way to win. But the question lies, how is Maaf supposed to do that when they are losing out on the macro, they're losing out on the micro, don't even have enough damage to melt down the...
Zozen is quite deep, and this time he engages with the Glorious Pathway as well as the Revitalize the Lord, taken down from the side of Team IGN. Your Moms just dives in with the Infernal Pursuit, but he will be dying for that overextension. The Blazing Duet comes up from Duba, but he will be deciding to retreat considering the fact that EXP, the second frontliner, has been taken down, and IGN, they will be trying to secure as much objectives as possible. The mid tower is open, but still the hits will still not be enough. They will be trying to wait it out. Godspeed trying to clear the lane, and he is able to do so, but still it is Team IGN who still has the advantage. You know, against that mobility that IGN has, the Jushin is actually having hard of a time. Against if it was against a fighter jungler or more utility, then the Jushin would have actually worked out wonders. But Aaron as well as Respect, they are onto mobile heroes, and it's not working out. Oh, there might be the engages as well as the lane has been synced out. Looks like the AOG will be coming up onto the backside, and there is Zozen able to get a kill onto Your Mom. Ling dives in with the Tempest of Blaze as well, but it will be Aaron the Creator getting the monster kill as well as the double kill for his side. It is a complete wipeout and a triple kill for Aaron the Creator. IGN is able to take a clean game for this side. Game number 1 goes down for the side of Team IGN in a dominant fashion. And Ash, give me your thoughts regarding this match.
From the top side, it was God. From the bot side, it was Starboy. And in the mid, it was Witch. Just a mix. Everything all right for the IGN because they're taking on the game number 1. What a game. I mean, it is just like the arrow play. I mean, they secured all the lanes. Goal lane was a winning for IGN. Mid was a winning for IGN. And bot, of course, it was a winning because Glue was everywhere in the team fight. He just managed to take on the bot section, and then he was everywhere. As Asuya mentioned in between the game, that he is capturing Duba. He's capturing PD as well. I mean, he's not giving any chance to PD or Duba to, come into the team fight or shine. That's the main reason you took a glue. I mean, to hinder the back line, but he hindered the front line as well. That's the main thing. And even though Respect was not doing great in this match, even though he got that goal 229 KDA, but still, I'm not thinking that he has done great because two turtle, one went to Witch and one went to Mirio, obviously Mirio. So I mean, today his retry skills was not that much onto the point, which it was. But today it was not like that, and the gameplay of Respect, he was not carrying the game. It was Aaron, the creator, who was carrying the whole game with the help of the Mirio. As Asuya said, that you shouldn't give the early game spike, early game goal to Aaron, the creator, because he's someone who can carries the game when the game is going out from their hand. And if you're giving him the cake from the beginning, he can just bake it and then just cut it and eat it.
Well, definitely it was the like everything was in the hands of Aaron. The way he got the space, I would say Mirio and Aaron duo. They just worked it out. At the same time, this time Maaf does have the first pick. Maybe I think I know Ray will just hate it when I say it, but Lucian doesn't work out much after the nerf she got, and after the change in the meta to Assassin and to Gold, and of course the EXP right now, they just dish out too much damage for the Lucian to sustain. And she just needs a different kind of draft to be sustainable on the field. So maybe going in for a different mage in the early could have worked out better if Kadeta wasn't banned or if Farsa wasn't banned. I would say even the Novaria could have done better, but then they just went for the Zushin. Maybe just wait out on that mage option, and even for the roam option, I would say, because if Team IGN, just like we see, like Respect as well as Aaron, they really like those mobile heroes. So maybe picking up a roam like a Franco or a Kaja who can, or maybe even a pick off like Joe can do better for them.
Yeah, I mean, someone perfect initiator for them, but they went for that Gatot Kacha out of the fear from Zozen's pick. But now we can see Maaf is going for the Kalea ban, as well as IGN will be into the red side, taking out that Uranus, making sure that they will not give any comfort to Yo Mom, as well as Basha will be taken out. This is a good thing. I mean, all these heroes, Basha, Fedrin, Uranus, Lapu Lapu should be taken out, and the Kimi this time. But still, 1-1 is open.
1-1 once again. Again being opened out, I guess it will, yeah, it is team Maaf who has the first pick advantage, but picking out the 1-1 as the first pick, it is kind of, it will be kind of dicey because the phobias can be picked out, but surprisingly, I guess like Asuya said, the Jushin was not that great of an option onto the mid lane. If they had another like burst kind of a mage against the mobility that IGN had, then maybe it would have been worked out, but it was completely not the case onto this game. And Maaf having the first pick priority, they are going out with the early game as well as the crowd control advantage. The Farsa will be picked up. So Farsa having a lot of mobility, she can contribute a lot onto those team fights. But apparently Team Maaf, they have missed out one of the bans. It can be kind of a strategy because it will be leaving out one of the one of the hero that they can actually prioritize for either of the sides, or maybe they have just missed out one of the bans. Lapu still being opened, none of the teams have still prioritized it yet.
Okay, this time the Zozen's comfort was open, so he just grabbed it on for himself. As well as once again, we're gonna see the 1-1 pick because it's worked great in the last game. So now a lot of MM options is open because that time they got the second. After the second banning phase, they got the chance to pick the MM. So the Irithel was banned, and they didn't went for the Harith as well. They went for the Claude, and then the early snowball was not there for the Claude, and the game just got changed. But oh my goodness, we just forgot that two heroes were open all this time. One got picked in the first pick, and then the second one in the second pick. That is a Matilda. And with that, the utility, semi-utility jungler, that is a Lucas, will be selected down. But now, Asuya, Lucas is in the nerf list. He's in the 4th tier. What do you feel Will it gonna work against this? Meta lineups.
You know, it's highly dependent on how your team is gonna play. And yeah, he's kind of toned down a bit, but they did pick up on that Matilda, so he does have more option to survive. He can dive in, he can dive out. He has the option, but then pitting him up against a Phobius, that too Mirio on Phobius, I would say they are gonna have a hard time. At the same time, I think a Lapu Lapu or even a Glue could have worked out here. But why? Maybe he's the jungler. You never know. He can go for the XP. He can go for the jungle. And usually, when you pick up a Matilda, people usually go for some tanky kind of jungle. So maybe that's what they are expecting.
Yeah, maybe that could be the thing. But now, once again, Irithel got banned, and I don't think that Hayabusa will be banned because they must be thinking this Lucas to the jungle. So we're gonna see a Hilda ban. Oh, that's a good one. I mean, nowadays we have been seeing the Hilda EXP with the, fighter build,
And
and that's working great. Even Itami knows that.
yeah, it's situational, but I'm actually not a fan of the Hilda EXP, honestly. On to the Vengeance. It is kind of risky, it's 50-50, but if you will be having the early game advantage, but once the game extends to the mid as well as the late, there is a high probability that it will be the Hilda who actually ends up throwing the game for the side of your team. So IGN, oh, long time no see. Louis has recently received a new skin, and she has got
Tom
some
is really
nerfs as well.
happy. Really
Yeah,
happy.
she has got some
Because
nerfs
he
as
can
well, but
see it
it's been
from
a
his toe.
while. It's been a while. I actually once like I have seen the Louis. A good early game crowd control will be happening for the side, and against the Farsa onto the laning phase, Louis is actually good. And that divergent plays can be the game changer for the side of your team.
Itami, I just saw a build today with Louis. It was Rupture and Lethal Ignition. It was working great. It can just melting down tanks even with one shot. It is just making half of Beleric, even Tigreal as well. I mean those tanky ones. So it's kind of it's not like now it's only have the diversion thing, but it can go for the burst as well. And let's see the skin buffs works or not. But now Phobius is have a beautiful counter that is CC onto the EXP as well as Granger. The comfort of Aaron will be onto the side of Maaf. Last pick coming from IGN. Any guess, Asuya?
Um, what can I say? Maybe an assassin? Because there is a Farsa who will be diving. Like, she has a lot of range. Same goes for the Granger. A lot of range. So you need something which can dive in, take them out, and it will be the Joy. Although,
Yeah.
I would say I'm not a very big fan of Joy nowadays because she has the burst potential, but she can be, interrupted. She can be easily tossed away. But then,
Yeah.
right now, once again, Marv doesn't have anything which can hold back, which can, lock down the 1-1. They have nothing which can lock down the Joy either. So, what are they gonna do? Will they be able to escape? I don't think so.
The day I saw that twerking meme of Joy, she just lost her aura. So now back to the game number 2 between IGN versus Maaf in the BO5 series at the lower bracket quarterfinals. Game number 1 went to IGN, so they are leading the points right now. So let's go in. Let's straight into the game, guys. Casters, please take on.
Thank you for the throw, STZ. And yep, we are back on to the second game. The question is, will Maaf be able to come back onto this best of 5 series? So IGN, apparently they have a lot of comfort picks for their side. Aaron, we have already seen his 1-1 onto the previous game. He got the MVP as well. But as I said, Zozen likes prioritizing the Katut Kacha as well. And this time he has the hands onto the Kacha. And look at the Louis new skin, looking so good. But anyways, coming back to the point, they are just going out for the early game rotations. And looks like, IGN, they will be having that early game advantage. So will Team Maaf. So the question will be, the big team fight probably will be coming up onto the first turtle.
Well, definitely the stun connecting from Shenzhou and the vengeance
Mirio,
already
Mirio.
popped up by Mirio, really, really low. Still manages to move away, really one shot away, uses up that heal, and the passive isn't able to finish the deal, which all the way from the top lane. And here comes the Matala for the help, but definitely a close call for Mirio right there.
Definitely. I almost thought that, that was quite of a bait, but maybe the bait would not work out. He just used out his vengeance as well. So the sustainability will not be coming up onto that turtle fight. It will be taking some time. But looks like onto the gold lane, it's already Aaron the creator who is having quite of an advantage. He has already, freezed out the gold lane as well. So early game gold lane advantage. It is giving me the deja vu of the previous match. If this happens once again, then they will be struggling back onto the turtle.
Well, definitely, all the way from behind, Chosen trying to taunt someone away. The turtle still in the grab of Maaf, and Godspeed will be grabbing onto that retribution battle. Mirio trying to zone someone away. The beam coming in from Godspeed isn't enough for now, and with this, Matilda still level 3, Chosen still level 3. They're still looking for some possible exchanges. Finally, maybe just go and grab onto Aaron because he's farming pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, they need to mark out Aaron, man. Like previously, it was him who was dishing out a lot of damage thanks to the gold advantage he got. Against a Granger, 1-1 does has the advantage because you can be just waiting out onto the bush, and as soon as the Granger arrives on the bush, you can just use out your S1 and connect with the crossbow of tanks. That kind of situation can also be happening. She has the camp potential as well. So, they need to make sure that they try to get as much visions as possible, but there might be some engages coming around.
There was a roam for a roam, saving their marksmen, and at the same time, I really thought that Chosen would taunt, but he just decided to move away, not wanting to endanger Aaron's gold lead, which he has made for himself right now. And with this, teams are playing it pretty safe, especially even Maaf, compared to the game before this.
Yeah, and looks like for now, the golden battle is still going around. I guess it is Duba as well who is trying to keep up with the gold lead, but the fight might be coming up soon.
Chosen manages to taunt the Granger away, but he flickers away. The rest of the team all the way trying to mark down onto Duba, but it will not be enough. That was a very, very quick response from the side of Duba. I would say that flicker coming on point. They're still looking for some exchanges. The ultimate feather their strike, trying to strike someone down. But I would say that's kind of a waste before the ultimate, because no one was actually going to engage right there. But Aaron, all the way from the top lane, Duba manages to see him, has the vision, and the second turtle of the game already up. The teams are still looking for the contention, and your mom all behind the scenes trying to zone people away. Same goes for Mirio. Vengeance already being used up. The AOTG dropping down, but Godspeed will be grabbing onto that retribution with that turtle, and a kill on to Chosen. Respect trades away as it will be Godspeed who will be falling down next, and PD might look for some exchanges. And just like I said before, Shenzhou used his ultimate way too early, and again another waste. But I do see diversion. I do see diversion. Okay, Duba manages to move away in time.
Good response. Actually, good map awareness coming up from Duba. Because if you were a normal Granger, normally you would have it taken down. But he does have a really good map since it actually shows up. But it is Team Maaf who got the turtle for their side. But they did just lost their jungler. There might be a fight coming up.
Okay, they're still going in. Aaron gets taken down by your mom, and they know what to do. PD has to dashes away. Same goes for the rest of the team. Mirio arriving all the way from the bot lane. They are looking for the first tier from the top lane. Respect joining in. Doesn't want to, just go in for the dives right now because the damage isn't enough. Needs that holy crystal before he can start to burst down people.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what Team Maaf actually needs to do. Try to mark Aaron the creator as much as possible, because that guy is the main damage source for the side of Team IGN. The pokes, the low wave will be there, but the diversions haven't been coming up quite handy.
Chosen in between 4 people, uses up the Revitalize and the AOG just to dodge away as a defensive maneuver, which connecting his first kill to 3 people. but does not intend to use up the second skill for the CC. And I think Aaron might be in a situation right there because, yo, mom, just look at him all the way from the top lane, all the way to the bot lane. He just wants to choke down onto Aaron. Respect coming in. Doesn't engage it for now. The teams are still gathering. Loi has provided the vision. I think Shenzhou as well as the second person who's there is already spotted up because Chosen is going in with the taunts, uses up that bush and manages to give the vision to the entire team. The third turtle of the game arriving on point. Mirio all the way from the top lane. The top lane's first has been traded away, and Shenzhou using up the ultimate just to zone Mirio away, just going in, zoning everyone along with Godspeed, enters into the fray. PD takes Aaron down, and a double kill. It will be Witch who will be falling, and Mirio also gets taken down by the Granger. Duba doing an amazing job, and I would say that crowd control, that CC coming in from Godspeed, is like a cherry on top.
Definitely, and it was just not a 3-4-0, but the turtle, that is the third turtle going on for the side of Team Maaf. So a big advantage for the side. Almost 5k goal lead, and Aaron is not able to find his opening like he did onto the previous game. Respect just goes back. They will be trying to get as much objectives as possible, but this time the zoning coming out from the side of Team Maaf is better compared to the side of Team IGN.
Well, definitely, and I would say Respect. Like, he wasn't performing that good in the previous game. Same goes in this game. Like, he's trying his best to not to die, but then at the same time, really want to take down Shenzhou. Because she's so all alone when she ults, and we have Mirio all the way into the backlines, but Chosen gets melted down, almost uses the AOTG, but the flicker comes in and Duba gets that kill. Luoi gets the second one who's taken down, and the third person will be Mirio who will be falling. There is nothing they can do because Aaron is pushing towards the top, and of course Joy cannot do anything, cannot die between so much damage. The gold lead which they have, two holy shields crumbling apart. Respect all alone gets almost melted down. Will they be able to trade it off with the first inhibitor? But no, it remains. And with this, the Lord, the first love of the game, already coming up pretty soon. Maaf looking for disengage. Respect going down, trying to take someone away, moves away with the electrifying beats. No electrifying gameplay coming from his side as for now.
Oh, there comes the diversion. But yeah, there are some people, and they might be trying to engage onto PD. They are just waiting it out.
Oh, they just used up that first and second skill. They got spotted away, and of course, Granger with the Death Sonatas, with the Rhapsody, he does have the vision they need. But the next Lord is arriving.
Yeah, the Lord will be up soon, and looks like Team Maaf, they are having the advantage, so they will be the one who will be trying to contest it out quite first. But IGN still not able to find those trades that they need, and I actually would like to look at the itemizations as well, because I guess it's the Granger who has more item advantage compared to the 1-1, and that actually might be the case because his Duba's damage is coming up quite online, and I think he has already completed his Trinity. Unless he doesn't get caught, that is the main damage source for the side of Team Maaf. And yeah, he has already completed out 3 items. Sky Piercer will be stacking up, and Granger is completely stack dependent kind of a hero, and it's going out quite well for him.
Well, definitely, and Respect only with a Stallion sight really needs that Holy Crystal, but it's only 9 minutes into the game and they do not have enough gold. Like 10k gold lead in the side of Team Maaf. Just look at them, 22k, 32k, and Aaron trying to do something, but he does just have 1 or 2 items for now. And like, it worked. How you shut down Aaron right from the beginning, it's working out for Maaf. They are already syncing up those lanes, looking for at least 1 inhibitor, as the Lord is also marching down. Shenzhou as well as the Farsa already ready for using up that ultimate. Tries to zone people away just to take away 1 inhibitor, but gets taunted by Chosen. The ultimate is interrupted. He's all alone into the back lines, maybe, but at the same time, in the front line, we do see the AOTG falling down. The Lord has been taken away. Godspeed manages to take down an inhibitor for themselves. Chosen getting melted down right there. It will be unstoppable for Duba as he will be using up that Sky Piercer stack just to take them people. And Mirio going in, and Vengeance hasn't popped up, but he's taking up a lot of damage, getting melted down right there. And your mom will be grabbing onto that kill. Of course, Aaron doesn't have enough damage, tries to do something, tries to split up the those lanes, but which will be bombarded down by the ultimate coming in from Farsa. Respect finally does the job he is needed for, takes on Farsa, but he's the sole member remaining. The base is also getting locked down onto. He is trying his best, but it will not be enough. Chosen finally back, but here also comes the third minion wave. He's trying to taunt them away, but it will not be enough. Okay, he manages to do something right there in between four people, just barely surviving Mirio. Now the second one, will he also fall like a domino, which is also back, and the third inhibitor of the game is also down. But look at the HP of the base. Oh my god, they're still trying their best. They're still staying up on the base, but 1 minion, 1 hit, and there it goes. The second game in the hand of Maaf.
Damn, Maaf was locked in onto this game, and it actually worked out for them. And Ash, you are back apparently, so give me your quick thoughts regarding this match. A good comeback, a good response coming up from the side of Team Maaf compared to the first game. Ash, are you there? I guess he is having some technical issues, but we are on to the result phases, and looks like Team IGN, it was the early game advantage that Team Maaf had for their side, and they were able to have more of the kill traits. Marking out Aaron onto this game was definitely the key objective for the side of Team Maaf, and they were able to execute it out quite properly, and that was one of the reasons why Maaf, the Ranger was dishing a lot of damage. As soon as they engages, Kuba was one of the hyper carries for the team, but it will be your mom who will be taking the MVP for this match.
I mean, definitely if you saw the CC, sometimes he was in the top lane. Like when Aaron was there, he just went to the top lane, kills him. When Aaron goes to the bot lane just to exchange, he goes to the bot lane, zones him away hard. And yes, that Matilda combo, just like she's always making sure that Aaron is the one who gets locked down with that circling eagle and the second skill. So yeah, there's always someone following up just to mark down Aaron. And Shozen was trying, I would say, but there was some issue with their maybe, just getting melted down. Of course, Aaron was one of the reason. Respect didn't have enough early snowball because, like I said, I really don't like Joy right now because it really needs a bit, like especially that holy crystal before she starts to back punches, and she has to dive in. But then there is always the CC. There is always the roamer Matilda who's always there providing the disengages, providing the dashes just to move away from our respect.
Yeah, and
Yes,
looks
and
like Ash
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry for the, inconvenience because it's a little bit raining here in Odisha. But now I'm back into the game, guys. It's 1-1 from both the sides. So Asuya's wish of 3-0 will never be happening again. we have to stay up till the fourth game or maybe till the fifth game. We don't know, but it's what our audience wants: a competitive decider game in the last set. That is in the fifth game. Who knows what will happen? But now, gain into the drop. Number 3 game. And 3 bans already from both these sides. It's Baksha and Ishan Chin. Pretty same bans. But Kimi will not be given this time again to the side of IGN. It was Kimi in the game number 1 who just was not just the game changer, but was dealing a lot of damage from the back line. Was melting down the Maaf members. So they literally took it personally, and now they're banning it 2 times in the previous game as well as in this game. Uranus obviously will get banned from the second team, that is who got the second pick this time, Maaf. So now the last ban coming on. What do you feel? Matilda, because it was something which just changed the game number 2 for Maaf.
Well, I mean, of course, these bands, Uranus, Kimi, Matilda, evergreen heroes who provide a lot of utility. So they may ban it, but I would say there are better options which you can ban out. But yes, I can just go in for that Matilda. I really do not want this girl, this utility, because of course she was being so annoying, especially for Joy in the previous game, because as soon as he dives in, people just dive away from him. A very good pick, I would say. But once again, Farsa being the first pick, she's a mage who has been picked or banned in almost all the matches in this tournament. That's how good, insanely good she is. But then you really need something which can dive behind, and he can also disengage. Joy can be an option, but I would say Hayabusa can be a better option for Farsa.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, when she went for that feather airstrike, she's kind of stationary as well, just like Eve. You can just cut you with that Oogie Shadow kill easy if the marks is 4. So it's a right on to the point thing that they can go for that Hayabusa thing now. But they probably don't want that Gatot Kacha into the side of IGN. So they will be picking the same Gatot Kacha Rome pick just like the game number 1. But there's a slight change. A sooner and stronger pick, as well as the comfort of Aaron the creator as well, will be taken out by Maaf side. So Granger, it works magically great in the game number 2. So they're trying it again, but this time Irithel being open may be a little bit of hindrance towards that Granger. They can go for this Irithel pick for this Granger. If they don't go, then it will be into the ban list.
Well, highly possible because she counters out the Ranger pretty well, especially because a lot of mobility. But then again, she is a late game, and if Marv does the same thing, I mean, they have learned from the first game that shutting down Aaron is the best option to victory. So they will be marking him hard. So now Aaron has the choice. Should he go for Moscow? Even that can be possible. Or he goes with a marksman who has a lot of mobility, just like a Claude. Even though he will be waiting for the late game, he will be having a lot of dashes just to dash away and be safe. But no, they just lock down onto the Irithel. And here comes the Hylos. I would say, like I say every match, not a big fan of Hylos.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, high loss is something which is not in the meta right now, and it can easily be counterable as well. And look, the name of the high loss being there, so you got the CC, but this high loss is the
Of
Rome high
course.
loss. It's a Rome high loss, so I feel like no need of CC, but they maybe went for that because they're smelling of Phobius once again, Kalea into the ban list. So, oh what, Kalea into the ban list? I mean, they're thinking this high loss into the EXP.
Probably, or on, yeah, they are actually thinking out for the Hilo CXP. But Hilo CXP, it is kind of a rare case right now. Like, as you already said, he has got some adjustments, and right now he is kind of a situational pick and not much of a priority pick like he used to be before onto those previous patches. So, right now, I guess IGN, they will be trying to mark out the mid laner. They will be trying to prioritize the mid lane ban as well as the jungle bans because both of these positions are still open. Oh, yeah, the mid lane as well as the jungle being open looks like the Kadita is getting banned out. A good choice, actually, going up against a Farsa. Kadita is really strong and she has the early game advantage. But again, a Hilda ban, Hilda. I'm kind of not sure why they are banning out the Hilda, but still, she can be working out in terms of zoning out other people.
Yeah, and it is in the new meta, so maybe copying from the MSC wildcard rift. Maybe thought that wildcard things are gonna adapt by Indian community sooner. So that's the reason they're going for the Hilda ban. But now the Hayabusa will be taken out once again, as well as the Kadita. As you mentioned, that Kadita is right now a potential mid laner, just like the Fasa, just like the Kimi, just like the Selena. But what I'm seeing, an Ovaria, the cult of Landspine.
I mean, I would say a pretty good pick against a Farsa. But I would say Eve could have been better in this game solely because they do have a high loss. And she can slow him down, but never mind that. Look at the damage potential coming from Merv. Two long range just poke coming from Shenzhou as well as Duba with the meteors. So a lot of damage in their hands. And I would be sure finally we see a Lapu Lapu getting picked up in the EXP. And yes, of course, we need an assassin just to take down the long range which Maaf has picked up for themselves right now. And they seal the deal with the Lancelot once again. And Farsa will not be having the best time of her life. But then I think it will be easy for Aaron to outmaneuver everything which they have right now. So both the drafts actually look okay to me. They have tried pretty well just to, especially keeping in mind the marksmen as well as the mages. Both the drafts have been set well.
Actually, the fight initiation will be a best thing to see in this match, because glorious pathway with the brave smite of Lapu Lapu. It'll be fun to watch because the Lapu Lapu will have extra mobility with the help of the glorious pathway. But right now, game number 3, we're into the land of dawn, and it's a 1-1 score right now. Tie is going on, so let's see who will be having the match point in number 4 game.
Yeah, thank you for the throw, Ash. And we are here on to the game number 3 this time. It is one IGN and one Maaf. So both of the teams, they will be requiring 2 more points in order to secure the semi-final spots onto the lower bracket. But it's, the game, it's kind of equal. And both of them, they will be trying to get the match point, like match point for them, match point game for them. So either way, it is going to be a big match coming up. But for now, it is just the basic rotations coming up. And Lapu against the CC can be an equal kind of a pick, but still, it is still, it will all depend upon the next team fights coming up.
Well, definitely all the lanes are matched up pretty well, and a lot of mobility in the hands of both the mages. So it highly depends on the rotation too. And the Novaria needs to make sure that she's hitting those meteors. I would say the best player in this tournament, the best person I've seen use that Novaria to the best of her abilities. Okay, he is one of them. So let's just see
Okay.
how it happens.
Okay, I got it. But for now, the first blood is yet to be drawn, and looks like the turtle will be prioritized as soon as possible. The CC as well as the Lancelot have already reached the level 4 mark, so it is Team Maaf who have been having a slight advantage. Looks like the Ironhide, the turtle, has been spawned, and Respect will be trying to prioritize the turtle. But Team Maaf, they have already started it out, and maybe he might be coming up with the Tempest of Leads. But the curtain call has been calmed up. The bravest fighter is also there, but it is Respect who takes the turtle. But it is Mirio as well, gets the first blood onto Godspeed, and which is able to get a kill onto PD. So it is Team IGN who just won out onto that team fight, a 2-0 as well as the turtle.
That was a great exchange coming for IGN. They won out the turtle, they won out 2 kills onto their hands. And with this, once again, we do see in the gold lane how Aaron just chokes down the farm from Duba, but he does know that he needs to play it safe. There might be someone luring in the bush. We can already see Witch is there. They're just marking down Duba, and they need to make sure that Iridal farms up as soon as possible, because Granger is mid to late game. Meanwhile, Iridal is the late game hero they have. At the same time, I think that was a good exchange, initiation coming from PD, but then he just got melted down, especially considering there's a lot of damage from the far side early.
Yeah, definitely. And Maaf, they are still yet to find out their opening. And Duba, Granger has quite of a disadvantage against that Erithel. Erithel works out as a counter of the Granger. So if you are not able to keep up with the farm, then definitely onto the laning wise, Duba will be having out some troubles compared to the previous game. Previously, they marked out Aaron the Creator quite often, so that was the reason why Duba was able to keep up with the farm, but he just goes back, and the taunts will not be coming up from the gutter because Erithel was using that crossbow in order to escape, and she is able to do so.
Well, yep. And with this Aaron backing off, but at the same time, I really love his micro gameplays in the gold. He's denying as many minions as possible to Duba, and Duba really needs that help. But Hylos all the way to the top lane just to retaliate the help coming in from PD. With this, the second turtle of the game already up, we really need the XP laners to have some great show in that team fights, but they're just fighting. And of course, it will be CC or both the XP laners are pretty well matched.
There is the taunt as well as the glorious pathway being coming out from Zozen in order to. But looks like it will be Team IGN who will be trying to prioritize the turtle as soon as possible. Mirio is onto the turtle lane as well,
leaving out his limb, as well as your mom. They are still trying to engage, try to get the turtle, and this time the phantom execution, as well as the cutter will be able to get a kill. They try to dive onto the backline. Look at your mom chasing down Aaron the creator, trying to get a kill with curtain call, but he is not able to do so. He is quite low, and he will go down onto the hands of Mirio. Gaturkaza dives in. PG will be taken down onto the process as well, and that will be a double for that Lapu. Godspeed is still alive, so he can still secure the turtle, but he is quite low on HP. It will be a battle for retribution. They are still trying to zone him out, but it will be Respect who will be able to get the turtle, and he just not he not just he lost the turtle, but he just lost his life as well. IGN were the ones who found the better trade.
Well, Duba getting stunned, but the rest of the team might look for exchanges once again.
Oh, Duba just goes back. The Feather Day Strike also comes up from the far side, but the damage will still not be enough. And IGN just decided to retreat to right on time. They will be trying to focus onto that objective, and they will be able to secure the first tower for either of the sides. So it is Team IGN who are having the better advantage.
I mean, definitely they have the gold lead, they have the macro lead, as well as the micro lead, I would say. And I would, Shenzu, he's missing out a lot of meteors, and that's something you cannot afford because in the previous game, we did see the Farsa. He had the Farsa, and she's kind of easy to use with that ultimate, so she was dishing out a lot of damage, and the zoning potential was insane. But the same is for the Novaria, has the burst, but bit hard to maneuver with that second skill, and I haven't seen him hit even a single second skill up till now, so he really needs to gear up because his team really needs that support, that poke ability, so that assassin, the Lancelot, can just finish off the job which he's leaving, the poke, the burst poke kind of composition which they have gone in for.
Yeah, and as you said, the Novaria, if she doesn't connect out with the meteors, she is kind of a useless pick that comes up, but this time the Tempest of Blades once again comes up from Respect in order to take down Duba, and that is perfect combo coming up, but Respect, he will be losing out his life onto the burst. Erithel just goes down with the crossbow, and he will be escaping with 1 HP, one hit away, and Respect was able to get a kill onto the goal laner, but he will be losing his life instead as well. So a 1-for-1 trade, the jungler yet to join onto the turtle scene, but the zoning coming out from the side of Team IGN will be giving them the advantage in order to take down the turtle.
Well, definitely, I don't think so there is any contest from the side of Maaf. And at the same time, in the previous turtle, when your EXP as well as your roam was dead, you should have just backed off. Also considering that you were low on the gold side and Team IGN was leading, that was an unnecessary kill handed over because Lancelot just rushed over, and of course Novaria is not hitting. So yeah, they really need to gear up, I would say.
Duba just goes back, and he is quite low as well this time. Dives in onto the backline, and he is able to find a double kill. That was an overextension, but PT as well as Duba will be losing their lives thanks to the really good glorious pathway coming up from the high loss. Godspeed is he doesn't have his dash, and he will be losing it out. That was a really bad puncture miss coming up from Godspeed, and he will be paying it out for it. He will be losing his life, and looks like Team IGN, they will be able to secure another objective, and that will be that tower. Looks like the Lord will be up anytime soon, and IGN are looking quite strong.
Of course they are. They have the gold lead, they have everything. And right now Respect has all the gold in the world to just finish off the job which leaves for them. Which as well as Aaron, the combo coming in from the duo just bursts down people, and the final job, the job to clear everything up, that is in the hands of the Ling, and of course he has so much mobility that is pretty easy for him.
Oh, the curtain call also comes, and it was not the curtain call actually, it was the Lancelot as well as the Novaria coming up. Oh, there is the engage as well as the glorious pathway being used out by Jocelyn in order to retreat. The bravest fighter comes out from Mirio onto the backline trying to dive in, but none of the team, they will be able to find any trades for now, and looks like they will be trying to secure the Lord as soon as possible. They are trying to engage once again onto the purple buff. There are some skirmishes going around, there are some trades. Jocelyn just goes down onto the process, and that is actually a crucial trade maybe for the side of Team Maaf, because the Lord will be up anytime soon, and they just lost their initiator.
I mean, definitely in Godspeed, there might be a tight situation, but just manages to dash it off. Is a pretty low HP, will be going for the recall, but I would say that was unnecessary for them because even though they do not have Chosen, he is back and they have a bit of an upper hand with those team fights with Lancelot not being there.
Oh, PD misses out the AOG. The curtain call also comes up, and there is the engage coming up from the side of Team IGN. There is Aaron, the creator, able to find a kill onto PD and onto the backside. It is Duba just going down onto the hands of Respect. A really good trade, as well as the engage coming up from the side of Team IGN. They will be trying to prioritize the Lord, and it will be a free uncontested Lord for this side. Looks like IGN, they are locked in, and it's only the inhibitors as well as the tier 2 remaining for the side of Team Maaf. So if the lane sinking is clear, the defense, it is going to be quite tough.
Well, okay. Meanwhile, Aaron just dives in, takes down the Novaria. He has all the farm in the world right now, a lot of gold onto his hands. Would love to see his build. He's already level 12. Meanwhile, Shenzu level 10. Of course, he will be hitting quite hard. I mean, just look at him. 3 crit items, already packing punches. Mirio all alone. Will be retreating for now, but he just stands tall in front because he has a lot of defensive items. You just look at him. He has the blood wings, can sustain quite a lot of damage, even coming from the Lancelot, since he does have that dreadnought armor. And of course, her Farsa. She will be packing punches soon because she is trying to build that divine glaive.
Maybe, and looks like she might actually try to build out a divine because IGN, not IGN actually, it is Team Maaf who has the durability for the side as well, but Respect is able to take down the tower. There is the engage as well as the AOG coming up from onto the backside, and looks like there is the engage. Your mom quite low, he is only on 1 HP, and Respect gets the job done. He gets the unstoppable, and there are some dive-ins coming around. Senju is 1 HP, tries to use out the meteor, and missing it out. Godspeed tries to go in onto the back lane as well, but he doesn't have his puncture. Mirio just goes in and uses out the bravest fighter, and he is able to get a kill. A really good trade from the side of Team IGN, but Mirio is quite deep, and looks like PT will be able to land a final hit, but no, the sustainability coming up from the side of the Lapu. He just goes back, and that was a good call coming up from the side of Team IGN, but looks like they will be trying to dive it out quite in, and they are not able to do so because the minions have been cleared out, but still they did got 2 of the towers for the side of Team Maaf.
Great exchange coming from the side of Team IGN. They have the upper hand right now, and they might be waiting for the final Lord, which might be the final march in the road to victory. And Aaron has a lot of damage, and I would say PD did a great job there with the ultimate just to track down on the ultimate coming from Varsa. But then this is around 12 minutes into the game, which has a lot of farm, and he will be getting back that ultimate as soon as possible. And of course, we do see the Novaria not hitting up anything as of until now. And we need those kind of exchanges from PD, especially when Farsa ults up. We also need some follow up. But Lancelot is getting zoned away hard, and like CC is trying to follow up. She's doing a good job, but then she's getting melted down because right now I do see that they are focusing on CC. Because if she is getting taken down, there is no one who can come to the front lines. There is no one who can pose some threat to Aaron as well as our Farsa. But I think the entire match now rests in the hand of the Granger as well as the Lancelot, but he's actually not able to do anything.
Yeah, I guess it's because of the goal lead as well, because IGN almost have a 10k goal lead for their side, so they are quite behind in terms of the itemization. Duva just back with a recall. There is the glorious pathway coming up from Jozen. He was trying to initiate onto there, but he won't be having that ultimate this time, and the Novaria, as you said, it is not working out quite well as expected for the side of Team Maaf. Shenju before onto the Farsa, he had the crowd control was coming up, but Novaria, it is quite of a, she is kind of a finisher, kind of a hero, so she's not able to do her job for now. At least looks like Team IGN, they will be proceeding it out with the minions this time, and they are using out the glorious pathway as well, which comes out with the feather strike. There is the engage is coming. quite up to the point. Godspeed trying to go on onto the backline, trying to take down Aaron the Creator. He is not able to do so. The AUG has been popped out, but the crystal is wide open. There is still Team Maaf trying to sustain it out, but Aaron the Creator is able to get a double kill. Respect goes down onto the process, but the crystal is wide open. IGN will be taking the revenge and they will be getting the second point. It will be the match point for them, and if one more victory will be sealing out the semi-final spot. So Team Maaf, will they be coming up with a comeback or not, will be the question. We are back onto the casting decks. Ash, are you back with us?
Yes, yes, yes. What a game it was. I mean, it was not like the first game, or it was not like the second game. The second game was totally the dominating one from Maaf. First game was from IGN, but this game is kind of, you can say, Maaf was trying their best to cut up the trade, but then it is what Mirio, the star boy, happens to them. I mean, nobody was able to take him down, and the MVP, the deserving one, is there because he was diving inside the base. Can you just, I mean, think about it? He just dive into the base, taking out Novaria, taking out Duba. I mean, whenever he is getting that opening, he is not getting the opening. He is creating the opening. You can say that. And in the meantime, Aaron the Creator, his damage from the backline was literally ruthless for the side of Maaf. And then coming out for Respect this time, I feel like Respect Ling was good. I mean, if you're gonna compare it with the game number one, it was too great. But now the question is, we'll be going for the fourth game, and Maaf is right now sitting in the driver's seat and more like a passenger seat being occupied by IGN because one games to go. Then the semi-final lower bracket position will be just, I mean, grabbed by IGN, and they must be playing with the loser between the LCF versus Tartarus. So it's like, I mean, whoever wins this game will give a chance to, I mean, if Team Maaf gonna win this game, we'll be going for a fifth one, which was not in the dictionary of Asuya today. If IGN is winning this game, then me, Itami, and Asuya, we all goes to have our dinner, and then we will have our sleep as well. So let's see who will be winning this game.
Dinner, I've already skipped my dinner. So
Lol.
I mean, it's already people sleep around 11. So why do you eat so late, Ash? Never mind that. But yeah, in the previous game, the synergy coming in from the side of Team IGN was exemplary. They did an amazing job. And I would say Marv's draft was okay, but they couldn't execute it well. The team was scattered too much. And the person, especially the CC, who was actually trying to do something into the backlines, like she was getting melted down, didn't have enough follow up, didn't have enough sustains or enough initiations, I would say. And Lancelot, maybe he had the job to dive behind the scenes into the backlines, but he couldn't perform it well. The same goes for that Novaria pick, didn't turn out well for the side of Team Maaf. So maybe prioritize on something like a Farsa or maybe a mage who deals more of a burst damage, I would say. And even a Eve could have been better at this point.
IGN just banned the Bakshia, just banned that Fasa. This time we don't want to give that Fasa to the Maaf. And for Maaf, they should ban that Lapu Lapu. Is true deadly for them because, I mean, Mirio was literally the game changer, the carrier. He was literally changed the whole game for IGN in the third one. They should ban the Lapu Lapu. But apart from the Bakshia threat, apart from the Fasa threat, Ishan Shin, how can I forget this guy? The Korean general is now the OP general, you can say, because he is the only SS tier jungler residing there, and he can just I mean, OP in the early game as well as in the late game. So he should be in the ban list. But Farsa, which I was expecting from IGN, we banned out from the Maaf. So maybe there is a possibility Lapu Lapu this time is coming from your mob.
It actually can be possible because if you leave out the Lapu, definitely Mirio will be picking it out. And we already seen like how dominant Mirio is onto the Lapu. So instead of giving it out, they actually would like to prioritize the Lapu. Or maybe if they have a kind of a strategy which will actually be dealing out against that Lapu Lapu, then it actually might be a good idea. But they have decided to prioritize a Matilda quite earlier on. So I'm smelling a utility or maybe a fighter kind of a jungle coming out from the side of Team Off, because assassins kind of not work out with when you have a Matilda for your side. And Yi Shanshin being banned out, I guess there are fighter jungle options like the Xbor can also be a priority if a Fredrin kind of a jungler comes up from the side of Team IGN. So they are just waiting it out, and maybe Aaron the creator, he will be trying to prioritize the gold lane as soon as possible.
I'll personally suggest that Xbox with a Matilda doesn't work great, guys. A Fredrin with a Matilda do works beautifully. But now, if they're gonna pick that Fredrin, then Xbox will be a biggest threat for them. IGN have a pick open, and respect is quite good in the Xbox, just like Sarah Moon. So, but before that, Kadita plays. That's could be a game changing for IGN in this match, because how this thing will be affecting Maaf, I'm gonna see it, because they'll be picking off to one mage and one right now. So if it will be a little bit of squishy, and without any purify or flicker is in the cooldown, Kadita will just find a way. And with the new buff, as we have just mentioned it in earlier, that the new buff of Kadita, she doesn't need a petri. She can go without the petri and she can just catch you out. Okay, the threat, the Fedrin, will be here. Xbox being open. Can we see a Xbox Fedrin? The mirror counter gameplay from IGN. No, no, no. Lapu Lapu being prioritized.
I think
Well,
they are
three
just,
trade
yeah.
picks coming from all the sides, and of course we do have, Matilda is one of the signature picks coming from the side of Mav. So IGN needs to make sure that, like, what can they even do? She has been picked away. But yeah, Kadita, of course, she's a great mage, but then, it depends highly. Like, she either works out brilliantly or she doesn't work out at all. So
Yeah.
there's no in between. So let's just see what goes on for, because right now Mav does have a lot of mobility, and the same thing will happen, which happened in the previous game. Like when Joy was diving in, there was also the disengage coming from the side of Matilda with those guiding mitts. And the same way, like there will be Purify with the mage and also with the Harriet. So when Kareta tries to dive in, uses that Petrify, they can just purify it and then of course dash it away with the skill provided from the Matilda. So highly high risk, high reward kind of mage here. But of course, in the hands of Aaron, the Granger, this is gonna be something.
I feel like, Asuya, there is no one to counter the Fedrin right now. I mean, Kadita, not a good choice. Jushin could have been a good pick. Then, if you want to talk about the Granger in the early, he can't go for the Fedrin. As well as we were expecting a Xbox, but there is a last ban still open, so it could be a ban. But which I was expecting in my mind, that what could they ban in the last one? If they go for a EXP, maybe it will be a glue, but if they will go for the mid, only Lilia and Selena being open right now. So they are forcing them to pick the Novaria. If they go for a Louis, I don't know how it gonna works, but they're forcing them right now to go for the Novaria so that Kadita can catch him up. But no Xbox ban. What I'm seeing right now, Itami, they are going for a Ling instead of Xbox.
Yeah, and the question actually will be, is leaving out the Xbox is going to be a good idea against a Fredrin? Because that guy with the true damage will be completely countering out to Fredrin. You have a Matilda for your side, you have the heals as well. Sustainability wise, definitely Fredrin can be doing out quite better thanks to the Matilda. And as soon as the flask of the Oasis is obtained, she, her healings are added up quite a bit more. So Matilda with the Fredrin, it is a really good combination. It is like the alpha, but with more sustain. And in terms of the initiation, Fredrin can do that as well. So, Xbox can actually be a great pick, but I was not actually expecting a Khalid coming up, a Khalid roam definitely this time.
I mean, they are totally going for aggressive lineup. We know a Khalid will be going full on aggressive to the side of Maaf, and that could be a little bit of hindrance for them, because in the early game, the snowball will be around. I mean, for Aaron the Creator, he can change the game. He got his comfort. He just pulled the trump card of him in the game number 4 in the match point game for IGN. Whereas the do or die game, we haven't saw a Xbox ban yet. It's still open. It can come in, but Itami thinks that the Matilda's gliding wind will guide the Fedrin towards the, win. So let's see if Itami will be correct on it, but or me. I'm thinking that Xbox will be beautiful pick for IGN. They can win the match with that. But we all know that picks is a one of a kind. 80% of the game is draft, but then that 20% is actually 80% because it is the execution per percentage. How are you gonna execute your draft? If you don't gonna execute it properly, you're not gonna take on the game. But now, oh my goodness, what I'm seeing! Oh, we're gonna see the Arlot EXP as well as Valentina into the mid lane, and the Hayabusa is coming from Respect. The OG Hayabusa user respects comfort. Aaron the Creator's comfort. Mirio with the Lapu Lapu. We already been seeing that thing. His aggression, his domination in the previous game, as well as the lead into the room. This game will be legendary. This game will having a lot of fights. So all the best casters. You're gonna have your energy drain out in this game because we're gonna see fight in every 30 seconds. I feel like that. So game number 5 or game number 4 doesn't matter. Now it's like Maaf wants to take on this game and IGN wants to finish this game up. Let's see who will be having the key to the ticket to the lower bracket semifinals to fight up with the loser of Tartarus versus LCF. That could be a great match as well. And already the match is set for the first match is set. Armageddon will be finding their way with Zohunt. So let's see if IGN gonna find his way to the LCF or Tartarus. That could be known soon. But now it's IGN or Maaf. We are not sure about it. I just said that IGN because they got the lead. But now here we are into the game number 4. Casters, please take on the game.
Thank you, Ash. Yep, and with that, we're finally into the 4th match of the game. And do not tell me this will go 5 games. But then, yeah, a lot of aggression from the side of Team IGN, especially considering there is a Khalid. Khalid, my god, I love this hero. A lot of damage in the early. Just look at that. Almost grabbing onto that kill. The mobility is really high. The damage potential is really high. Look at the, amount of mobility in the teams of IGN. They have it a lot.
Look at God. This time it is Godspeed apparently onto the goal lane, and he is playing out the Harith, and looks like the jungler is Duba onto the Fredrin. So they have swapped out the roles, and which we will be seeing out how it works out. But the first blood going out for the side of Team IGN, a really good trade.
That was a great exchange, but I think it will be Godspeed also. Okay, barely surviving there. Same goes for Aaron, but of course, Respect is there just to grab onto that kill. A great exchange. IGN making use of the early game potential they have. And Maaf is kind of a bit squishy. Really needs that, flask onto the Matilda before she can actually start to be help with the heals and the shields she will be providing. And I think Valentina is a good pick here, but then she is good in the early, and you're not able to utilize the early which you have. A lot of early and aggression from both the sides, all hands down to the execution, that which team will be the one executing it well. But of course, we have Arlot. It's been a while since I've seen Arlot in the tournament. Let's see if he's able to zone Hayabusa away.
Oh, there is Respect with the initiation, and Duba is able to secure the turtle as well. There comes the AOG. Not the AOG, actually, it's the bravest fighter coming up, and Meteor was to get the double kill. They are just going back, but it is Duba who got the turtle, but still IGN are having the better treat for their side.
That was a great retribution coming from the side of Duba, but then, of course, he also got taken down by Meteor right there. Aaron pretty low. Maaf knows they need to shut down Aaron, but there will be help coming in from the Khalid, has a lot of mobility, and the Hayabusa is one of those heroes who really needs an early snowball. I think Respect is able to get it, even though they didn't get the turtle, but Maaf couldn't keep the turtle either.
Yeah, because Duba just fell down onto the process. But there is the final slash coming up from your mom, and he uses out the OG Shadow Kill, trying to escape. Mom be zoned out from the hands of Mirio as well as Respect. The final slash was up, but he was zoned out from two of the people.
That was pretty sad, I would say. Like when they went in.
Sinju uses the IMU. He just uses the IMU as well, and Lapu Mirio just tries to go back with the bravest fighter, but that will be a shutdown. But meanwhile, onto the top side, which is able to get a double kill onto PD as well as Godspeed. So IGN here and there, slowly they are finding out the trades, and looks like Aaron the Creator, he will be able to land some free hits onto the gold tower. So it will be giving him out a lot of advantage onto the gold lane.
I mean, definitely an IGN packing punches already with the 2000 gold lead. And Hayabusa going in once again for the kill. I don't think so Godspeed will be able to survive. Just look at IGN. They know when, like, whom to pick, when to pick. When everyone is up there just ganking onto the Granger, they are there looking for the Arlot. When the gank on Arlot has finished, Hayabusa, Respect, all the way from the bot to the top, taking down the Harith. And Harith, late game, really needs a lot of gold, which he's not getting.
Yeah, and Mirio might just be taken down as well. There comes the initiation from Zozen as well, but it is Aaron the Creator who gets the turtle for the side of Team IGN. He uses out the Death Sonatas. He has the goal lead as well. Shenju was not able to retain, and that is a Valentina just going down, and Maaf not having a good time onto the early as well as the mid game phase. Aaron having already quite of a goal lead advantage, and he is able to rotate quite a lot because the top tower has already been taken down.
Say completely out rotated by IGN. Maaf, although they have a Matilda, they have a Valentina, lot of mobility and early, and yet they can't rotate properly. And with this one turtle into the hands, and I think Aaron is already farmed up. I mean, just look at him taking all the gold from the top lane, taking all the gold as well as the first tier from the bot lane too. Yes, IGN is all set for the macro, making use of the early game potential to the best of their abilities. I mean, just look at Aaron, the way he's packing punches, and they do not want that.
What was that? What was that raging sandstorm? But anyways, they just found a trade onto your mom as well. Aaron the Creator is quite low, and he just goes down onto the hands of Duba. There is Witch using that phase as well, but the damage will still not be enough to burst down Duba, but Duba goes down. Finally, after so much of the sustain, there comes the bravest fighter, and Witch still is able to get a kill onto Senju. IGN still having the better trade at 3 for 1. Aaron just goes down, but they got 3.
It's only 6 minutes into the game. Look, like so many towers down already, and they're trying to open up the mid for themselves because the first tier is already almost gone, less than half. And Godspeed always alone. Same goes for the Arlord, always alone, no help. And yes, once again they'll be taken down. This is the issue. Like the way they are getting taken down, especially the mid laners, the way they have to just back off continuously for the healing, they cannot provide the support, they cannot provide the help which the side laners need.
And you know, the aggressiveness coming out from the side of Team IGN, it's definitely paying them out. Ash has already mentioned that IGN's draft is really aggressive, and they are making full use of that passive aggressive kind of a draft, and looks like they will be trying to invade on Duba's jungle as well. There is the waves almost coming up, but Duba is quite low. He gets stunned out. Mirio was trying to dive in with the bravest fighter. The damage will still not be enough, but it is Team IGN. Oh, there is the Petrify combo. There's the waves coming up, from which they just go back. The recall stones coming up, and both of the teams, they are not able to find the trades, but still IGN are having the better advantage.
Say there was a perfect setup by Witch, but then he kind of missed his ultimate. He went too far ahead, used up the Petrify, but went too far ahead with the first kill. So kind of missed out, and that was pretty easy for Shenzu to just dash away. Just a moment is all that you need. But yeah, I would say 15 kills into the hands of Team IGN. A lot, like almost 10,000 gold lead into their hands. Respect doing great. Hayabusa, one of those heroes who needs the early game snowball. And yes, he has that. And they have even made sure.
Oh, there is the initiation once again. Look at Mirio escaping. There is the godlike from which Aaron the creator gets the tower, and they might be trying to dive it out as well. But Team Maaf, they are forced out to retreat, and Respect tries to go in with the OG Shadow Kill with the quad shadows, but the OG Shadow Kill will not be landing it up, and the Lord will be up onto the next like 35 seconds. So it would be better for the side of Team IGN if they not initiate the fights and they just wait out for the Lord, because in terms of the objectives, they are way ahead. They have the 5 tower advantage apparently, and it is so far so good unless Team Maaf comes up with a comeback, but a comeback at this point will be coming out quite tough.
Well, definitely, we really need to see some good initiations coming from shows, and he does have the flicker, so the Raging Sandstorm flicker can be pretty viable, considering just look at Maaf, 4 of the people, they are always together. So it's kind of just, perfect set condition for Shozen, but I haven't seen that happening until now, which wasting his ultimate, but I would say the Karita and Farsa, both the mages, are one of those mages who get back their ultimate pretty soon enough, but Miria going in.
No, there is the engages once again coming around, and this time Mirio. A kill onto PD, a really good initiation actually, and looks like Shinzu will be going process as well. That was quite an overextension coming up from the side of Team Maaf onto the mid side. There is the engage once again going around. Godspeed just goes down, and it looks like a complete wipeout, almost a complete wipeout. Because is only Tuba remaining. Oh my god, Tuba is able to take down the Lord somehow. He will be buying it out some quite time. Maybe there comes the Oppressor's Wrath almost coming up onto Zos, and there is the engage, but the Rough Waves will be doing its work. Tuba somehow was able to, clutch onto the Retribution. He will be buying out some time for the side of Team Maaf, and that was definitely not onto the cards of Team IGN.
I mean, Shozen did an amazing job. He held back all the squishies, all the damage dealers. They did not let them near the Lord. But of course, Duba does have the priority. He has the upper hand when it comes to the Lord because he has the taunt, right? So he can just go in, taunt, and use that retribution. But regardless, that was a great game coming from his side. And let's just look at the amount of mobility and the follow-ups coming from the side of Team IGN. When Shozen was fighting for so long near that blue buff, IGN, they were trying to take down the Lord, but at the same time, Aaron, as well as the rest of the team, especially Mirio, came all the way from the Lord to the blue just to help out, just to take that double kill. So that's how good they are doing. The synergy is packing punches, and they didn't get the Lord, but then they do have the lead. 10 minutes in the game, they have massive 10,000 gold lead into the hands. And Shinzu, he's trying to do good. He's taking up the ultimates, the bravest fighter coming from the Lapu Lapu. But the zone from the Khalid, the zone from the Lapu Lapu himself, Mirio, is too hard to ignore for the rest of the team. Especially Godspeed. I mean, he has 5 deaths right now. The way he has been targeted, even though he has only 3 equipments right now, out of that, 1 is a boot. So really needs some gold, I would say, before he can actually do something, especially contend against the Granger, who already has 4 items going in for the 5th.
IGN, maybe if they actually got the Lord previously, then maybe they would have been able to do it out quite better. But thanks to Duba securing the retribution somehow, it bought out enough time for Team Maaf to actually come. Oh my god, Witch with that combo Petrify right on to PD, and the healings won't be there from the Matilda. She just gets bursted down, and that is the Roma. Matilda, she is completely probably didn't have the Athena, or maybe no magic defense for her side. As soon as she got petrified, she got bursted down. So the next Lord will be coming up quite crucial. But the thing is, will Maaf actually be able to contest this one? Because it is looking out pretty dicey. They don't have the Matilda for this side, so the mobility will be limited.
I mean, she's already back. It doesn't matter. But we do see Duba as well as the Khalid packing punches against each other. Which almost getting taken up. Oh, the flicker and the bravest fighter coming in from the Lapu Lapu barely manages to survive.
They are trying to dive in as well. Aaron the creator able to get a kill once and onto PT. There is the Appracious Wrath onto Aaron. He goes down, but looks like IGN they will be able to find the trade. Godspeed, as well as look at Video able to sustain out the damage, but this time IGN gets almost wiped out, and it is only Respect remaining. The overextension coming out from the side. There is the to kill onto Godspeed, and Respect was just waiting it out, and he is able to take down Godspeed as well. A 3 for 4, but the IGN they should have been doing it out better, but still they have the lot for this side, so looks like they will be back on time.
I mean, I would say the playmaker being the Arlot as well as the Shenzu. The Shenzu just stunned 3 people with his ultimate. The final slash was so good from his side, and then it is followed up by Shenzu with the ultimate, the bravest fighter. So yeah, it combined pretty well for them. That's why they managed to grab onto a lot of kills, and Harriet finally getting that 1 kill, but then again, he needs to watch the map. Like, he knows that only Hayabusa is missing, and he doesn't even have a freeze to save him from that. Why would you be in the open?
Oh, there is Aaron once again able to burst it down. This time Aaron's damage is coming out quite online. Godspeed trying to use this to engage, but Aaron the creator once again process, but this time Respect is able to find 2 trades. It's only your meaning. He is trying to clear it out onto the mid, or maybe where is he? The base is wide open. He has just given up, and it will be Team IGN who will be taking out the series. They will be securing the spot onto the lower bracket semi-finals, and it will be Team Maaf who will be eliminated from the Mythic Showdown. Ash Cheesy, are you back? Give us our thought. Give me like your thoughts regarding the series.
Yeah, that was a cool end for the side of IGN, because they I just expected the aggressive gameplay, and they did that, and as well as the early snowball when went to Witch as well as and the creator. Then they just managed to dominate the whole side, and then the game number 4 just got sealed away by Team IGN, and it's okay. They won the series. They are right now into the game number. I mean, not game number, but into the semi-finals. They may be fighting with Tartarus or maybe LCF. We don't know. We shouldn't. We'll get to know it. Because tomorrow at 7 o'clock there will be the big banger. That is LCF versus Tartarus in the upper bracket semi-finals. So let's see. We'll have that moment for themselves, because this is what it is. And there is the final point. IGN takes the series. The performance from Mirio Witch as well as the Aaron the creator, consistently all those clutch plays as well as those dominative initiating timings as well as the kills. They just grab it on all this way. Was totally magnificent. And in the final round, we just saw that Maaf fought hard, but it was IGN's aggressive pushes, aggressive gameplay, dominative mindset, which just make their team into the lower bracket semi-finals. They got the ticket right now. This is a wrap-up time for this exciting series, BO5 series between IGN versus Maaf. We'll be right back with more action tomorrow. That will be the biggest one. Will be Tartarus versus LCF, the upper bracket semi-final match, which is gonna happen, and we will know that which team gonna fight with this IGN team in the lower bracket semi-finals. Till then, I want you all to be stay tuned with us by subscribing our channel, sharing the stream to your friends, liking the stream, and let me know in the comment section for tomorrow that whom you're supporting, Tartarus or LCF. Can there be a revenge from Tartarus, or LCF will be claiming once again the BO5 series? They claimed the BO7 actually, so now they want to claim the BO5 in the IGC, in the Mythic Showdown. So let's see what will happen. Till then, me, Host Easy, with me, Itami and Asuya will be signing off from Mythic Showdown. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for watching. Love you all. Good night, everyone. Sabak here.
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne, a realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
No, it's a decoy! Ever since that day, I vowed to keep you safe.
Rule with strength and conviction. Blossom with grace and compassion. My strategy spans centuries, for those I silently guard. From ashes to empress, my rebirth is eternal. The Phoenix reigns!
ये तारा इनको बहुत ज्यादा कर देने वाला है। थोड़ा सा फिर से यहाँ पर लौट आएंगे, अंदर जाएंगे, परफेक्ट।